send him a message real quickly while you guys listen. Hey, I'm doing a live video right now. It's 7, almost 8 o'clock a.m. Need you to go on my channel and tell me what crane that is. I'm trying to make it out. Can't make it out. Maybe you recognize this crane. It is 1,000 ton as reported by the engineer. Reported by the general that stated they're bringing in 1,000 ton crane. So come on, come and play. Oh look, they're more to one of the. I like to play a little word game, dolphins. It helps you remember it, dolphin. I did a. Ooh, just saw what I have for work today. I have to put in front of me. Got to make sure that gets done. 2 things, but I wanted to get this video up to you guys also because this was kind of important. It started around 6 a.m. when sunrise hit, and I was looking at this thing come in to play. Oh, a bit low. Okay, I can change that. How about now, Wombat? I just took it up the peak up a little bit. How about now? Is it still low? Testing Wombat. As we look at the video in the back, the bridge in the background, you notice this is the crane here. So they are going to start at the lower section and clear it. Obviously, you don't put it there and not start thinking. Remember, this is the section that that right here should be the bridge behind us. The rest of the bridge, the standing bridge, the power lines, much better. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I can turn it up more. If you think I should turn it up more, let me know. Thank you. I can turn it more though. So this thing, when it's better when they add the image there. This is obviously a helicopter or drone. Let's see if we can get an audio. Let's see if it's helicopter. No, they just got music in the background, if I remember. Well, that's interesting. I got rid of the audio here. I couldn't hear it if I wanted to. Oh, no, I got rid of it here. Get an audio. Let's see if it's helicopter. No, they just got music in the background, if I remember. Well, that was interesting too. Look, it doesn't hold a candle to the structure. I was worried about it falling on them, but it's leaning away, but it can still kick out and come to them. I have not a clue on where they're going to start with this crane. Why do you even have it there yet? Besides money, it's just a money grab right now because they put the crane here. It can't do shit here. There's absolutely nothing it can do here. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it can't reach here. It can reach down here, and you're not going to take anything apart down here. Let me think about that. Again, if you had the other machine here, you could cut it. But if you attempt to anchor onto this, and this rolls over, you just lost $1 million crane, whatever it may cost, to the water. So this is what I was worried about, it tipping over with their clownery now. They need to bring this piece of equipment in right here. They really do. I don't know. This is just smoke and mirrors bullshit for the public. There is nothing that thing can do that's worth any time and effort right at this point. Yeah. And you know what? Put it to work. You know, it's value engineering. It's there. Try to figure out what you can do with it. But insignificant shit. You know, if there's a car there they want to pull out. Yeah, that's right. They did have a problem with a car, didn't they? They could snatch that car up now if it's that side of the bank. But this is what you need. You see that? It's 50 foot deep. It can get to the bottom. They should also, I think, bring in a magnet. Yeah, I know it's a thing. They can bring in another barge of a magnet. It's a lot of steel here. It's going to be a hell of a thing to grab hold of. There's a dredging piece of equipment hiding out here somewhere. In fact, let's do this. If you guys are here, let's do this. Where are you? Let me make sure I can see you in the background. Let me push this away and find your tab in the background in case you comment. It's on another screen I have to the right. So testing again. So let's see what's here. Let's refresh this page and make sure that it's a fresh page. And it's North Star Challenger. Just 3 minutes ago. This side, I don't see the barge. There we go. 1 minute ago, law enforcement. Okay, let's see if we can see law enforcement there. Is that law enforcement? No, that's moored up. Maybe this active boat here. No, that's on the other side. It's moving there. See that boat moving? See its wake? Let's see if we can find that one. This might be backwards. This might be delayed or something. Law enforcement's on the other side. I don't see it here. What we got here? It says Seaward passenger ship. Yeah, okay, so somebody's going to go take a tour of it. So 695 is an I-95 extension. I'll tell you a little about civil engineering. The odd numbers run north and south in the United States. Interesting fact, you get your lowest numbers on the West Coast, and it goes all the way over the 95. Interesting fact, it stops at 95. There is nothing more north of 90, south, west, east of 95. Hold it, east of 95. But there's a 99 inside of Pennsylvania. So isn't that interesting? So 95 runs all the way up, right? Let's see, runs all the way up, but there's a I-95. That's your major route running from major metropolitan areas, major cities, go north and south. So this is 695. So this would be an extension through a city when they add the third digit. So you drop the 6 is not relevant. Is just means you default automatically. You can take the 695 back to a 95, the last 2 digits. And this, well, let me do something else for you. I'm searching over here. Yeah, I'm pulling up something for you. I want to show you what the 99, 95 thing that I was trying to tell you. Where's the mid numbers between 97, 96, and 98? Well, this isn't working out well. The map's coming in too large. Oh, it's pulling up an old search. Give me a second while you look at that. Yeah. While you look at this is interesting. Let's look at this again. It says the 29th at 12:02 UTC time. Okay. There's the problem there. And it's saying 1 minute. There's the problem there. 12:02, 4 hours. No, that's right. Yeah, that's on the money. It's 2 minutes in a hole. That's about it from my time that I have. It is 9 feet, 3 meters. Now, Wilcat, port tender. Let's see what else we're going to pull up here. This has been 2 days ago, okay? And this one is reported. I'm looking at the time here. So that was reported, not our time. All right, we're going to not be able to use this map this time. It's not going to be that active for us. This is real active. And there it is. So it looks like you can reach it. But reach it to what end? They're going to still need to cut it. They're not going to put anybody out there to cut it. I mean, I don't think they're that stupid for money, but, well, maybe. I really don't think they're that stupid for money. This is, you die. You fall from there, you get all bashed up, and you wind up being a body in the water. Where can you tie off? You can't tie off into what you're working on and also cut it at the same time. That's like going out a tree branch and cutting the branch behind you. That's not going to work for that. This is just really weird. So I'm going to see if it can reach this one. It's got this one covered, and it looks like it's got some height on it. I wish I knew which crane it is yet. We don't know. Waiting for my man Tandem Max to pop in. Good morning from San Diego. Hey, Sean. Thanks, Sean, for being a member also. Sean, and thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a friend. Isn't that a song? And thank you for your support. So let's get the scale of that thing. Now that some bitch got some stroke on it, some height on it. Let me try the crane. Let's see if somebody else already reported. Let's see if somebody else already figured out the importance of it. And I'm trying to see. For some reason, I remember a Cisco hoist. Cisco being part of this. Oh, there it is up top. There's my problem there. There's the crane right up here. I thought it was down here. I'm looking at the color-wise. I'm not looking. There we go. I can see it. It's up top there. And this is not working out. Let's see if they've got to be bringing in more cranes. And they're not going to get across this. They got to grab it from this side, like I said, to clear it. And then they can put 2 cranes in there and a barge, start lifting things up. Slide the barge in, lower it on the barge. It goes over to shore, and they get other cranes to take it off. They can use multiple barges to keep this thing going real fast, a lot faster than it can get removed to open this channel up. The whole thing is to just open this channel from here to here. If they bother with this is just bullshit bothering with this. It's just practice session if they'd work on this, which is actually, not a bad idea to practice over here. But this isn't in the channel. It's not in the way. Look, in fact, it's going to help, let another ship run into it. What the hell? No harm, no foul. This is road deck. And this is what they need to get out of the way. And only over to there. This is where they need to clear. So, between here and here, which is just outside of this bridge. Oh, wow, that one's in place if you think about it. That's pretty nice. That one looks like it's still functional. Now that we're looking at it in much more clear detail. Wow, it just looks like it's just maxed out, doesn't it? Doesn't that thing look maxed out for the height? Doesn't it look maxed out for the height? So there's a tug anchored to it. There's a right there, and there. It's just going to stay with it to move it around. It looks like it's just, yeah, I'm not overly confident with that. So this is also going to act like a counterweight down this end if they spin this around and go here. If this is chained down to the deck, then it will all act as also a counterweight being chained down. It's got to be chained down. When I say chained down, wait a minute, cancel. When I say chained down, I mean really for the load that it's going to be lifting also. So let me clear that. Well, that didn't work. There we go. Let's see what you have to say in a second. I'm still looking for that crane in the right, to my right tabs. Oh shit, beautiful. Beautiful. So this looks like where they were working. The contractor's working now. Material slid down the deck and fell onto it as the bridge was collapsing. This is where it consolidated at the bottom of the transition, where it goes up and down. This is the part of the deck obviously bent with the bridge decking. Bridge decking meaning the ship's decking. The black smoke. So I've got a few things for that for you in a minute. Let's get to that. That black smoke. Remember coming out of the back here? Well, I've been trying to find it, and I lost it. I had it, beautiful one, many days ago. I was going to do a video on the black smoke. In fact, right after the black smoke came up, I was going to do a video on the black smoke. I lost my best video of that where they're so I'm charging the system. I've got a video also in the private room where I talk about the oh, that's weird. Hold on. I'm trying to find your comments, but it's weird that I just found another live stream. I'm going to shut that down. Hopefully I didn't just kill our live stream. So the black smoke, the billowing smoke. So I found this guy's video here, and he puts it up many years ago. And doesn't that look like the smoke? They're at port. They're firing up the engines, and all right. So we got our billowing smoke. When I say engines, I really mean singular, plural. Same difference to me right now. With the point I'm making. Well, that didn't come out right. That's that one. Now let me get you another one. So over here we have the main cause of black smoke is the imbalance in the fuel-air ratio. All right, it's black smoke. It's supposed to burn much cleaner than that. So now we have that black smoke there. Oh, here we go. We're moving along. All right, this is awesome. Let's see the equipment they got on board here. Oh, so this one's going to have to come over to, they're going to have to switch around. They're going to be doing some driving on here. They're going to be moving this thing all the fuck around, twisting it around to with this equipment that they decided to use. And what is that, 125-foot man lift? Let's see what they're using. There's some barriers here. I want to see what they're using for protection against this. This is, I mean, this needs to be tied down, strapped down. Considering that a wave could tilt this out of position, tilt while they're up there. This is an interesting thought that they're using this. This thing will shut down if it gets out of level, and yes, it's on water, so that's going to be a problem there. So just testing again, done the mic test. Just give me a little shout out over here on the mic test again, just to confirm I'm not talking. That I am talking clearly. So mic test again, please. I'm going to put this back on. All right. So, bringing in a generator. No, it looks more like a pump. I know what they're going to do. They're going to pump around the... I'm just shitting you, but I'm having a little fun. They're going to pump the... Okay, audio is perfect. Thanks. Thank you. All good. Yeah, it's a delay. When I speak, that delay is a minute. All right, so they've already put the crane into use to snatch this bad boy off. Let's watch their operation here. Life jackets first. I want to see everybody in life jackets. And no fucking life jacket. Okay, so where's OSHA when you need them? No life jacket. Fall down between there. No life jacket. Again, no life jacket. And he's barking out orders. Now, if he's the boss, remember OSHA is only for workers. Look, now he's near the edge again. No life jacket. If he's the boss, then like the owner, then you don't like OSHA doesn't apply to me, right? But if you a worker, OSHA applies to you, and that should be life jacket. It's rails everywhere. No, he's definitely working on the equipment there, right within the ability to fall in the water. Life jacket. So a friend of mine died working on a dock, contractor, construction worker, 5x5. Thank you. They were cutting in Philly, cutting some docks away, and next thing you know, they come off a break and they find out that he's missing. Yeah, this is a pump. It is a fucking pump. So they're lifting it up. This guy walks through where they're going to lift instead of walking around. So this tells me this crew is not really, there's no safety man there. He's got his back to the lift. All right, remember we're getting compression. Things look a little bit close to us because they're zooming in tight. So it's a little different than that. That hose got a cap on it. That's interesting. Might be a new hose. Like it's plastic sealed. All right. So this is their transportation boat. They're hustling up. These guys are now staying on the barge. He's got his lunch, his food. This is JGL and Sunbelt Rentals. And it is 880 a boom. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to read it too. It's the J Ultra Boom. Let me look it up. Let me look this up. The Ultra Boom. JGL Ultra Boom. Let's see. And let's see what we got here. It just could be that's not me. It's blacking out. The crane for rescue operation. We're just waiting for it to come back. Please monitor website for these upcoming events. Then we're just going to go ahead and find our new channel. We're going to find let's jump right on that right now. Let's just find a new live video stream. Oh, it's back. Okay, now they're going to bring this up. And he should be on this side, not that side, when he's connecting. All right, this stuff can swing and crack him in his face, knock him out. And then they need a medic here because, they might need medical help. So much for that. This goes down to secure it in the bed, but they didn't secure it yet. It's too far down. Can't have it too far up either because it'll wobble the barge. All right, let's see what he's going to do. He's connected. So now we're connected to a floating boat, all right, in the barge, we're able to drift, connected to a crane, and he's lifting across to himself. He could go, this is just a shit show. This is a shit show. Yeah, walk underneath of it. Yes, I knew that was coming. This is one shit show. They hired Brand X Construction Company. This is one shit show. I would definitely lose it. I know what's going to happen. He's going to go over top of this guy too. Look, he's back there. Is he tied off? Is that guy tied off because there's no railings there? And what's their form of rescue? Do they have life buoys there? Well, I see looks like a ladder over here to climb out. Because this is huge, guys. This is no small depth. That's huge. All right, he's tagline. He's pulling it over, walking by himself, so there's no assistant to help watch him and guide him. It's the pump end of it, the suction side of it. So the outlet, one way or another, the outlet would be here then. Yeah, where is he? Yeah, this is one shit show. We'll see if this might not even be the 1,000-ton crane. Yeah, there's the ladder right there. See, going down the water. This is he's going to use his hand as a tagline. You got to be shitting me. You got to use a rope, and you don't wrap it around your hand. Crazy shit. Yeah, and he's still between the crane and the... This is just... What the fuck is he doing? He's holding it with his hand. Let's look at the bridge structure here. Let me get to your comments. I'm just losing it, guys. This is just fucking crazy. Yep, there's his hand again. Now this guy comes over. Yep, I'll use my hand too. We'll both use our head. Fred, you get the back hand. I'll grab the... Look, I can pull it. Yeah, I can pull it. The crane's the one that's moving it. Look, I'll just pull it. Use a fucking rope, a tagline. Oh, gosh, this was terrible to watch. All right, now when it starts up, it's going to vibrate. It's on tires, and so it could walk itself off the barge. So it needs to be secured. I can tell you now, they don't have any construction engineers on this site right now. These are just contractors, workers. Just said, hey, go set up. And frankly, they've never been monitored like this before. So now we're seeing how they really perform. Hey, Kay, I like your the K part there. I saw you said 5x5 really, but now I recognize your symbol. I like that K, your icon, whatever it is. What do you call it? Emoji? What do you call it? Our little who we are. I got the cats or whatever image. All right. So I always thought it'd be kind of cool to to drag this fucking boat out. I always thought it'd be kind of cool to secure this to the boat and see how far you can drag this bitch over to here. Push it over rather. Anyway, I'm just shitting you. But they do have a barge. They can grab this stuff. Those barges, they can tie onto this and see what kind of money they get for pulling at the bitch. Because it's no longer connected per here. The connections are broke. The cabling is broke. I'm not sure if the cabling is broke here or not, but they can use the underwater drones to take a visual of that. And it'd be kind of cool to see how much the barge can pull on this son of a bitch. The tugboat of course, is going to fall in the water, but you can float it. I mean, connect some floating devices to it now and see how much you can get to float. Remember, they floated ships during World War II, guys. They brought the ships up. Yes, they welded the compartments closed and pumped it full of air to get the water out. But this is within having fun with some floating devices. But they're going straight with crane. It's the right way to go. But you need to cut it. And then you need more barges to put the debris on. Right now they have nothing to put debris on, so this is just still set up. So there's nothing to put the debris on. Can they reuse this bridge? Sure, but they're going to redo the whole thing. They could. Oh, I like that. The helicopter view. I like that. Let me get a shot of that. The camera's panning up, tilting up. He must have. It's like a neutral. He must have pressed a button to neutral the camera out, and it just did that. And he'll probably catch on in a minute, which kind of makes me wonder if they've got a camera operator and the camera operator and the helicopter operator are one and the same. You can put some of these helicopters on like autopilot, like to stay in stationary, stay right here, with just a matter of just asking for it. And I'm not saying this one can do it, but if it could, you could do that, and the pilot could take on the other duty of cameraman, which is kind of, no longer a pilot, so that doesn't really sound kosher, but who knows what the, nope, the cameraman, because someone's over his shoulder now. Or he switched to a camera view that's over his shoulder. Let's see if it moves. If the camera moves, the viewpoint moves from relationship to what we're looking right here, then we know it's handheld. And let's see if I can get a audio. Nope, the cameraman, because someone's over his shoulder now. Or he switched. So that's not going to work. It's just music in the background. All right, let's just see if we can find another live video. He's going to go tank up, I think. I think dude is out of gas, out of fuel, kerosene, if you will. Let's go live again. Let's go with I'm gonna search live. See how she's got this live. Give me a second to hunt YouTube. Let's see. Move that out of the way. YouTube. Oh, and I'm going to do anchor videos. See, the anchor, if he would have taken like 30 seconds and said, lower the anchor, there's a difference between lower anchor, drop anchor. And I said that in a video last night. I said I keep saying drop anchor, but once you know, lower anchor, drop anchor, two different things depending on what the pilot and what the crew thinks he means by lower anchor or drop anchor. Hopefully they'll have the same understanding. One is you literally just lower it real slow. That dropping anchor can fuck up your winches and everything else, and you can lose the anchor. But maybe they have they have a way to do that with it's only 50 foot down. And maybe they could do that. It would chain and try to stop the chain. It'd probably lower anchor is the safest move, but often the winch will you can get a much more faster release of it, but you can burn up your winch. I'm not sure under this emergency condition, do they drop the anchor and then go for fuck the winch? Let's try it, or do they say no? We don't have it. That is our emergency default. We're gonna lower the anchor, and it clink 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 clink. Yeah, that's the sound of it. Well, in other words, I'm trying to show you that it's not like you would just throw the anchor overboard on a little boat. These things get literally unwound. I don't know if that's literally or figuratively. All right, so live camera view of, I'm going to the bridge now. Francis Scott Key Bridge. Let's see what we can find live. Okay, I think I got another line. Nope, got an update. I'm live, of course. And I think I found one. Nope, we're looking at it. Everybody's sharing. This is SkyTrack. Everyone's sharing that same. They're sharing. They partnership. So there's that one. And now that's ABC. That's one of my videos, sorry. And this is CNBC. So they're sharing now. They're cooperating. So Scott, they can put their little tag on it. See it, CNBC, and then I lost the other one. And this is ABC without the tag on it. So if they're sharing, they're probably all sharing the expenses. So we can go back and watch them haul ass. And wow, he's hauling ass in there, wasn't he? Look, he's gonna come in. It's gonna be interesting. The backpedaling of the tug. Let's see. Watch. Oh, he's backpedaling now. Is he? Yeah. So there's a little pilot boat. Oh, he was hauling ass, wasn't he? Let's see if we can watch him come in again. No, he's just not hauling ass. He's just holding steady. That's just nothing. So I stand corrected. Let's go back a bit further then. And when and a little bit further. Yep, there you are. Look, pulling the piling up. And then setting them. Wait a minute. Let's watch this. See, that one was set then. That was set. The other one was set. And it'll just grab it. It grabs it and just chokes up on it, and down it goes. Let's see how much he can get action on that. They're right here. So he's pulling it out, obviously. This is a good content here. Let's back up to here and see our position. All right, still pulling it out. Should be to our right. So look, see if it's coming in, and there she is. One pole's up. Yeah, there's right there. See it lined with the pole? So there's the second train. It's here. So the second crane is here. There is an auxiliary, the crane is here. So they do have another one hiding out. It's not here yet. So they're going to leave this guy here and come get the other one. Where are they going to put it? Let's see if we can scrub through the video a bit. Now it jumps. So they're both together out there. Two tugs over here can't use radios, so they're just talking to each other now. They're probably exchanging crew members. And what appears a tooth truck. Oh, hell with that. They got 3 cranes here. They've got cranes on the other side then. There we go. So there are cranes on the other side. Their crane's on the other side. If we looked at it, look, watch when I pull out. Right here, there's the cranes. 2 here, 1 here. So they've got cranes. Now they need barges to be able to load the material onto the materials. So that's good. So crane, he's going to get in place here. They're going to be able to get together. I wonder if they're going to use, well, let's get a closer look at that again. Yeah, it's on its own barge. Looks like it's on its own barge. Like this is one and that's one. There's the tires all around this one. It's an interesting little setup here. There's the house behind it. Got lucky. Here's the, let's see, this might be the 2 of them together. Let me go back a bit. Okay, so it's down position. It's not. And this one's already, there's a crane back here already lifting this box. So this is the dual crane. There are the 2 cranes here. And there they are. There they are, ready to go. And there's the box. They're swapping, this one was already went out there and they said, hey, we need something else. And he's either going to position back over here or they use it as transport and he needs the room and they're going to put it over here. Nope, these are just parts for this crane. Wow, there's this is the one crane. This might be our big boy. Baltimore, trying to read it. I'm trying to read it. Right here. I think this is the big boy. I think this might be the big boy. Hold on. Let's see. See the turntable is dedicated to this. This turntable is mounted to this barge. Not like the other crane we saw where it's got tracks on it. This is dedicated. So I wonder if this spins around and connects here. This barge, if it connects on the front. As part of the working platform. And for displacement reasons to help it even carry more load. I wonder how that works here. I think it's very dedicated piece of equipment, both of these together. So this is very beautiful. So let's fast forward that a bit. All right, so these guys you would think would know this crane. You know, they work with it all the time. There's where they drop the pilings down. And there's some buoys up here. Yeah, this is a little more, there's a shit house right here. A little more dedicated. Now, is he going, let's see if they use their hands or taglines. Okay. So remember, they're not used to anyone watching them. So they like the helicopter now. So he's got his radio communication going on. Somebody said it. Oh no, they said they need the VB1000. So yep, hands again. We're back to hands and feet, and his head's down, and he's gonna place it under there with his hand or whatever. Yeah, they're not used to someone watching them. They're just cowboying this shit. And you know they're out there all day long. So let's see if he puts his hand underneath the fucking board as he does it. Underneath the lift. There's no. Okay, he's on the other side of the crane operator, and he's not moving. That's good. Well, you know, considering he's 3-4 man crew there. No, that doesn't match up for this. I'm trying to show you. It doesn't match up for the barge for displacement reasons to add there. I don't see how they connect. I think that's it, and it's just transporting this other section of crane. Okay, there's the. I was about to say dewaterer. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking dewaterer a lot. This is a gangway, catwalk. See them? 2 of them. They put them on top of here, and I guess when they need them, they lift them up, put them in place, and they're going to use this catwalks right here. Electric generator. I like their coloring to show you the clip hazards. I don't see lighting on this. It's a fucking dredge. There's the dredge right there. It's a fucking dredge. It's a dredge. So they're going to use it as a crane now, and they're going to use it as dredge also, but when they start cleaning up stuff. That makes sense because there was a dredge hiding over here somewhere. I think it felt like it was back here. Felt like it was back here when I looked. It's the entire port. I felt like it was back further. I saw it on the other side, and I said, they got a dredge on that side. That's kind of good. That's good. If you read, look at my mouse to the left. This is the towing vessel. I'm sorry, I put it in a video last night. I didn't tell you guys about it this morning. Look to the left there as I click the mouse, and it will tell us what we're looking at. Tugs, bulk carrier, towing vessel, tug, carrier. 2 minutes ago, this is the Baltimore, USA, blah, blah, blah. What we got here? Draft is 1 meter. Oh, I had somebody tell me, you can't get ships through there and all that. Just look at the draft of this. 1 meter. 3 feet. So some people just don't like, real information. They're just like, you're working off of, they hate data. The draft on this is 12.2 meters of the dolly. So that's what? 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 feet plus the maybe another 7 feet it dropped into the water. Well, they got markings here on the dolly. We could actually find out how deep it is in the water by finding the dolly when it's above water, reading that water line when it's empty, and then we'll know what it looks like at the water line there, unless we can find the numbers on the side of it, and we can just see it ourselves. Now, I know that it's reported it's only got 1 engine and no thrusters, but that's not what the photograph shows of at the bridge there. It shows it's got thrusters. So, yeah, it's confusing data. I know all the ship experts saying it's 1 engine. And I say ship experts, I mean the people that have shipping channels. People have told me, you got to go here. It says it's only 1 engine. I'm like, okay. Well, then somebody put the label of thrusters on this vessel. And I took an image of what it would look like. I'll share it with you in just a minute when I bounce around a little bit more. What the hell's that damn bar? And there's a Navy auxiliary, nothing. People are all worried about I'm not going to put the dredge over there. That's in the prettier part of the port. Just looking over for hell of it. Pilot boat and port tender. 3-meter draft. Wow. All right, so let's go to the shipping, the live view again. Oh, shit, it's back to live view for real. The camera's back. Shoreline camera's running. So let's back that up. Nope. Fuck, it's done. We can't back it up on this live view. I'll bounce back and I'll do this for us. Let's do this. Let's see what happens with my screen. Yes, I can do this. We'll do split screen. So we'll be able to keep track of that one. And let's grab one more if this works. And let's get rid of that. Don't need it. That's the only guy that's qualified there. This person here is the only qualified person. That's the sister ship Dolly, and 12 days ago positioned. I didn't refresh this page. Current draught, 11.8 meters. So there's our difference. And I'm trying to find the live view we were just looking at. Okay, give me a second. Well, this will work side by side then. Let's do that. So you'll have this one in the background. And let me find this damn live view again. I'm searching. Give me a second. Well, you got live view to look at in a minute. For a moment over there. There was the playback one I was looking for. Let me just go to my history. I think I still had that on YouTube. I don't know if that was YouTube or I was on the internet. We'll find out in just a minute so we can go back over that. Content. Luck would have it, it is YouTube. I'll pull it over and just over right now. And oops. You know what? It'll take primary for a second. Yeah. We got that one in the background. We'll just clip an edge of that one in the background. My thinking is that if it goes, this one goes, it gives us a different live view. We'll click over when we see it over there. And let me get the, in the background to the right, my screen. I need to see your comments, if any. All right. So I want to see them place I want to see the barge system set up here. Little pilot boat, the dredging system that are going to be used, the crane, double duty over here. I'll keep track of that one. Yeah, so that's stationed in Baltimore. Okay. And I said two cranes. There's only one crane there, so I stand corrected. It looks like it. You can. That's why I need Tandem Max to confirm with me, my crane guy. This one can do two different positions at the same time. I don't know that to be sure. In other words, like two hooks at the same time. Yes, cranes can be rigged up to do a lot of different work at the same time. I could research this Baltimore dredge. I'm just fast forwarding to get us to. All right, there's our anchor. One of the boxes is slid off almost. Much better in the daytime. There's the pier cap right here. Which is very confusing to me because I see 4 piles, but they didn't have a pile cap down there at the water line that we're looking at, but they had this protection. So where's the pile cap that ties all these 4 together, the 4 legs? Where is it? I tried to find the plans on it. I couldn't see it below. Like look, see how these tied together here? These are little ties, if you will. This is low bearing. And it doubles as a tie. Let's go. Tie for the 2 uprights. So there's your 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's your tie up top. And down here, it's not. I don't see the connection. So below the water line, maybe we see it at a lower tide. At a lower tide, yeah, we can see these presents as connected, but in reality, when we look at it over here, you can see water all inside this area here. Like over here, you just see water all inside. It's not elevated. It made for an easy takedown then, is what I'm driving at. It didn't have the pile cap, pile caps at the surface there. Oh, I have to show you what I'm talking about. I'm trying to pull up imagery for you. Yeah, this works. Yeah, you can see it. So yeah, not yet. I got to pull the screen up. I know I can look at another window and see what you see. So right about there, the caps. See that? It's right about there is where we would see it. And here you see it here. And there's the cap there. And that's what the boat should, well, I thought ran up on, but in reality, no. It's on, looks like it's almost on piles and not the cap. So is the cap down here below the water, and then they ran another pile, and then the piers, it's just a pier on top of it, and then there's another pier with the, it's just very, very different. It worked, I mean, for the structure, but not for the boat. So this is what I'm talking about. See how low this one is? At that water line. The ship would have, it doesn't exist. Does it exist? How does it exist? As you can see, I mean, pull the image up. Yeah, let's see what you look observe. And right here, see them all? Pile caps. And there's the mat for a pile cap coming at you for a minute. And so that would be below the water surface. Then you come out of the, well, it can be below the water surface or extending up, as we see a little more coming down. Hold on. As you see here, this is no big ships are coming through here, but you can see that it's quite significantly above the water elevation. Here's your, make sure you can see it. Yep. So here's your pile cap again, and there's your piles, and then it switches over the pier. In this case, they have a cofferdam. Yeah, this will be water, so it can be down there, but why isn't a ship on it? It hit the bridge. The bridge pulled it off. It just clipped the bridge, clipped it and pulled everything down. There you go. Pull that out of the way while I look up something else for you. And it looks like that's a stationary image for a while. I'm gonna leave this more unobstructed, unobstructed. And let's scroll through the rest of this data here. So this is in place. We're going to see them come around and way down here somewhere, but I'm just going to scrub through real quickly. This is where that structure slid off. Remember, it tilted up and slid down. It tilted up, and I did a video on that, and it slid down. There's your bearing area, and then whoosh, slid down. Beautiful how it cantilevered from here all the way to the end of the structure. And I think I'll give you a quick glimpse of that for people that haven't seen that yet. So let me grab it off my channel there. I hope I do this right. Good. One screen, I had a screen to the right that was a pain in my ass. It kept popping up on my monitor. YouTube, so let me go to my channel. Yeah. And then I got it. Okay, so this right here, what you're looking at, is right here. It's right there. And from here to our left is our cantilever action. Let me see if I get this right. Yeah, I think so. And this is where it lifts up right here. This, sorry, I don't have it in the view for you. I guess I will need that tab back. Okay, so right here is where it lifts up the structure. And let me see where I am. So I'm going to back it up. Back up. Pause it. It's off the support right there, but right here, this is where, see the shape of the truss system? This is a truss system also. Supports it in cantilever, the bridge decking, that was here. So right there. Elevates the deck, and we get the pitch coming up and down, and it's on the bearings. So this is up, right? Let me make sure you can see it. Yep, right here. Watch when I jump through the screen a bit. It's going to be down. Okay, I'm trying to get my orientation. There we go. So now it's down in position. When this impacts, the structure impacts the ship, impacts the structure. As this is going down, as you can see right here, the break in the bridge deck. The steel is in compression, all mangled there, and we probably find it exactly where it is in the water. Press play. But it's amazing. So now look at it. It's actually bending, trying to push this down from here, and just lift this up already. Let me back it up so you can keep an eye right down here now. Stay to your right. It's down. It's on top of the support there. Stay to the right only now. Look to the right only. Right here only. Don't worry about my mouse I got in the video. I'm playing a video in a video. Right there. See it go up? That is friggin' beautiful. That this truss system behaved in that manner. Imagine some of it's in tension, some of it's all pulling at it and rolling from here. And it rolls it up. As it rolls it up, and we go through the break. Let's fast forward a bit. All right, so now it's too much load on it. It breaks at the couple of joints there, jointed areas. This is what they're going to attempt to bring up. Of course, not that large of a piece section, nor the section, because the crane can't do it. And it's got, some of the bridge deck broke free, but maybe some of it did not. Like this looks like it's, well, parallel, but this bridge deck, this broke free over here of the truss system above. And now this one is beautiful. It slams back down, but it's not in the same position anymore. It's rotated away from us. It's only, I'll show you the scratch marks on here, the witness marks. It's about halfway or less on the further side away from our imagery. So it slams down, it rotates off. I'm pressing play and letting you take on the information. I think I'm talking about the tension and where the breaks are happening. Okay, so now you would think it'd be to stay up, right? This is broke free. But now it's down here. Here it's in position, but not down there. It's a torque. It's rotated a bit. So for it to rotate, I'd probably twist it in the air. Maybe it's off the pins here, depending how they pinned it. Did they, use like a drive pin, like a shear pin? I doubt they used a shear pin. Probably more just, it's dead load. All right, so now it's impacting there. This is short. This distance from here to here is shortened because the length was out here on top a second ago. So now we get a compression break because this is not moving from this position, but yet this end of the bridge is no longer supported. It's pushing against there, and now we're getting a break here under compression from. This is no longer connected. It's not party to this next part of the collapse. This is behaving in its sectional failure. And there it's able to, once it breaks free, it's able to slide down the structure. As you can see, they're about pretty plain, pretty level. And this helps decelerate it because it's still connected up the top at the top here. And it's about to place it in the water. And then once it places it in the water, it then acts like an anchor and pulls on this structure. All right, so it's in the water now. It rotated over, but it still hasn't found equilibrium, meaning it hasn't found the bottom yet. As it finds the bottom, it's going to pull on this structure from the bottom. Splashes down. And now all of a sudden it's still trying to hold on, and now it's going to put all of the underside truss system in compression and just buckle it to hell. It's buckling it. That's the bridge deck we see here. That's the deck they drive on. And boom, impact onto the piece of it and rotate and hang up. Let's see what the hang up looks like. What kind of hang up is that the bridge have? So here it is here, the hang up. So rotate, and this is what it looks like on the daytime. There's the witness marks. Rolled off its bearing points. And I have to look for your comments. Sorry. Make sure, keep track of the comment section. And get rid of that. All right, I have to do a mic test again because no one's commented. I can see. I know you might be watching TVs or not. Mic test again, please. Okay, let's go forward. Oh, I couldn't ask for better than that. I can almost see the type of bearing. There's just 1, 2, and there's the third one. Screenshotting that. Hold on. Beautiful structure. All good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Morris Young. Maria, I'm sorry, Morris. I'm looking from the end. I have monovision, guys, which means I use one eye. Thanks, James. I use one eye for distance and one eye for close-up. And often when I'm reading, you guys may think I may be a little dyslexic, but no, it's the brain is, it has to, when I read, it's very difficult sometimes. It has to switch, it switches eyes sometimes, and it'll go blurry and come back to the right eye, the correct eye rather. Not the right eye literally, but it comes back and corrects. It's a back and forth thing. So this looks like it might have been here. And we just lost our bolts. Our bolts just sheared. Remember, it lifted the whole damn bridge up, so I'm not hating. I'm just, nope, this might be here then. I wish I could get closer, more imagery. So this might be here then. So this, I'm trying to find his mating parts. And I'm also looking for pigeon shit. Corrosion, stuff, you know, any pigeons, and they do anything damage out here, and what are they doing out here anyway? No food, right? But I'm still looking. Don't see a catwalk on this bridge, the underside. So apparently they didn't do much catwalking under there for inspections. They have them on bridges nowadays, catwalks. All right, so this guy is going to, this is still out of the soil, if you will. I don't know where he's pushing it down to, or is it just smoke and mirrors for our ass? We know if he can pull the barge away and this the tug away, and this stays here, then we know that it works, that he's in the soil. No, yeah, I think he's got a life vest on. Can I do something here with the mouse? Let me see if I can push the control. Nope, I can't push it forward any faster. So I think they hit an air ball. In other words, nothing. I think they tried to grab and it came over zip. That's my guess, because they're pulling them out now. Or they decided to reposition again. I don't think there's a safety conscious crew, so I don't think they did that. Just why that other barge was there, why they were oh no, they didn't transfer yet. Right, I'm getting ahead of the video. Remember, they did a transfer. In a few moments they will. So they're going to lower this back down again. I'm looking at this thumbnail below, and I'm trying to track these as our indicator of actions going on this barge. We already, you know what, let's do that again. So this is that one where it rolled off of. And remember I said this was kind of flat? It looks like it landed kind of flat, and then that's your rotation there, as we saw. This is, wow, it's beautiful. Look at it. It's a lot of money in salvage too. And I think I don't know if they fought over the salvage steel, that who gets to keep the rights to the steel. But if the salvage company does, wow, that's $100 grand right there. It's probably more than that. I'm just calling it out. I don't know what the weight of the steel is, all that steel, but you can figure out this salvage steel. All right, so this guy is just there. Tugboat's there. We saw the man left the JGL over here, and then this one we like to see also. This is the crane with the counterweights. I'm looking at it. This barge is pretty well awesome, actually. If I look at it, if I'm trying to figure out the water line, and the weights are back here, and this thing doesn't look like it's, tilting. This might be our counterweight. So then this ship, let me think about that. So it only has 2 poles. They intend to anchor it with 2 poles. So now he's going to work from this side over here. And that's like another tie down to earth. And his weights. So he won't be counting on... I'm thinking how they stabilize the barge. How they're stabilizing the barge. And these poles are stabilizing it from rocking and rolling. Times 2. All right, fast forwarding now because we saw this part. But I think they're going to drive the poles down, looking at the thumbnail. Oh, it's a little mini tug. They're lifting it up, and has this thing got thrusters on it? There's a little soot coming out. Not really. He's just using all rear on that. I don't know. It might be thrusters on that, because look at that little wake. It would be an old tugboat if it didn't have thrusters. Tugboats, they all got thrusters now. So let's see where they reposition. Let me fast forward that. If they square up. Right now they're at an angle still. Let's see if they square up with the structure like a 90 degree. Meaning that, square like that. 90 degrees, square up. Let's see if they do that. See what I mean? Right there. See how you can see the water between there? And then this is just some soft barricading. Soft barricading, not structural with anything else. Maybe stop like little boats going in there and hiding in there and playing around or whatever the hell they're doing. It's not designed to stop a ship impact, obviously. But there's a transition from their one piles to the... just trying to think of my definition. So if it comes all the way up, it's pile, but I doubt it. I think there's a pile cap hiding under the water somewhere here. And then these would be 2 piers, and then this would be the supporting piers and the supporting girder, truss, or whatever you like to think of it, in the middle there. Beam. It's also structural, this part here. So it's a tie and structural, because remember there's a third support here. Let's fast forward. You see it's on an angle compared to this. It would just bring this ass end around if it's ultimately going to go there. Let's fast forward a bit. Maybe I'm a little biased, but it looks like this. It looks like that's their intent. Looks like I can't tell yet. Yeah, I would argue that that's probably squaring up. He pushed there, and the motor's now shut down on this. On the well, it's a little idle. Look. All right, so they wanted to square up. Let's see what their approach of squaring up. All right, so they're squared up. So you can slide left and right. Oh, he dropped the poles. Fuck. We missed that. He's dropping the poles now. Because the crane is now going to be... Let's see. Yeah, he just put the poles in the mud. There it is there. See, clear. Right through it. Right through. So you can see how easy it would be for a ship to take that out. And as far as a ship not raising up, I thought it would raise up into the, almost like beaching it, but it didn't, because there's nothing really to raise on top of it. This was strong though. This did shear here, with a little bit of this left behind. So it hit high, knocked it down, fell back onto the boat, probably pushed the boat backwards, And you wonder, people, what would it take to stop that boat? Well, it would take a bridge to stop that boat. Apparently, it stopped it right in its fucking tracks. So there's your anchor that would stop the boat. If people want to know what it would take, that's exactly the way it would take. It stopped it. Let's fast forward and see if we can snatch anything else out of here. I still think they're missing an opportunity here to sue the company while you still have it right here on the United States soil or waterways. And I did talk about, I used the Trump thing where they changed the law, and don't tell me they didn't change the law just to go after Trump, because the lady, she's the one that came forward within 3 months of it expiring. They changed the law. They went back 30 years. They said you can go back and do civil lawsuits, and then you have 1 year to file your lawsuit. By the time it became law, whatever it was, there was a small window left, and they were able to get the paperwork in and claim all that craziness. If you look her up, it's craziness. So my point with that is that if they can retroactively change the laws and say you can go back when there was statute of limitations, then said you blew it, it's too late, that you if you claim somebody assaulted you, you have to go forward right then. But they changed the laws to make it extend way back just in time. They didn't go back 40 years or 50 years or to the beginning of time. They only gave it the 1 year window, and they only said the 30-year window, which encompassed Trump. The Democrat people are, if you're a Democrat here, you have to put up with this conversation for a minute. So the Democrat people, the people on the left, will stop at nothing to win. And this includes killing the other party member. It's just crazy because, they somehow, what's his name, got killed, Kennedy, right? And so if you think about that, somebody, they get that aggressive. Now they're using the assassination, financial assassination, arrest them, do this. It doesn't stop. And my argument is if they can do that, change the law for her just to go after Trump, well, for Trump really, to go after him, then they can clearly go back and change a maritime law and say that, no, you're fully responsible. You got to foot the bill for the entire bridge here. I mean, they went after Trump and said, hey, even though everybody's made whole, including the banker, said we did our due diligence, he made us whole. We feel great. We would do business with him again. They said, no. New York City State said, no. We still feel like, that we have standing here. If they can do all that, and that's a Democrat city, and what is D.C., District of Columbia? It's a Democrat municipality. It's not a state for people that are my foreigners here. D.C., District of Columbia, Baltimore, Maryland. I'm sorry, this is Baltimore. So Baltimore is a city. It's in the city of Maryland, state of Maryland. So I stand corrected on that. But it's a Democrat city. So if they can do that in New York State and New York City going after them, how come they can't do New York State? How come they can't retroactively a Democratic city and a Democrat state? How come they can't go after the laws and change it like New York State did? And say, oh, no, you know what? We're going to change our rules retroactively, and we're going back 2 years. Don't fuck around. You don't have to go back 30 years. Make it very clear what you're doing, because that's obviously what they did for going after the opponent, the political candidate against the Democrats. It clearly did for that reason. So you can actually just say, go back, just be fucking in your face about it. 6 months. We go back, to when did this crash? March. We make a retroactively March, and it only lasts 1.5 years. And so maybe they need some time to get the court papers together. Give them 1.5 years, and that means everybody in that window can jump forward into it then. So you give them 1.5 years. So during this window, other people can jump in and say, oh, I'm doing it too. You really don't care about the other people. You have no choice, though, because you had to make it open to everybody. And just like with the Trump thing, when he went retroactively for that 1 year, 3,000 other people showed up, and not just for Trump at all, but for other people saying, oh, I'm doing it too. 3,000 other people, if you Google search it, said, I'm doing it also. Well, when you do this, open the window up, you got to open it up long enough that they can start a court case. And then you can close the door on it and saying, oh, that law doesn't exist anymore. So while it's open, though, you'll get the other people jumping in all over Baltimore. You could be specific about it, like New York State did it. So it would be, it would be Maryland then, wouldn't it? It would have to be a Maryland state law that supersedes federal law. So they own the waterways here. The state does. So they could come up with some way that the state says that this is on their property also. So yeah, that the feds don't control this waterway, that we do. But then the feds argue that they control the boats through Coast Guard inspections and all that. But you're like, well, yeah, we're not stepping on your toes that way. We also own them. Sort of like us Joe citizens, we're owned by each municipality, including the upper levels of policing, which include the FBI. So you're owned by whatever municipality you're in. In other words, Los Angeles, as long as you've never been there, they got no charges against you forever and ever, right? But the municipality you're in, they police you. Whatever you're in at that point, as you're driving even, they're the ones policing you. You're the ones that fall under their jurisdiction. You own them. And so you'll see that sometimes two different jurisdictions show up because, say, someone wants to arrest you in where you live now, but the people that want to arrest you are from out of that jurisdiction. The cops are showing there to make sure that your current cops are there to make sure your rights in your jurisdiction are not violated by the visiting police department. So there would be the same thing here. It's not just for support. Oh, can you come with some support? No, it's a standing that you have to notify the other police department that you're coming there, and they usually send their own police officer to do that. So same thing here. You're not taking away the standing of the U.S. Coast Guard. You're saying, no, for that 1 year window. Remember the time it takes to start this lawsuit. And what's so crazy about it is you don't have to even do it now. If you look at the Trump thing, they can do this 30 years from now, theoretically, as the Trump thing goes, and as long as the company's in business, and say, oh, well, retroactively, we're going back 30 years and we're going to open this for one window for, we got a court case ready for 96 hours. And that way not many people can jump in time with a court case. And only a court case appears as this one. Just like what I said, it's in your face. We're going right after you. Not what the maritime laws state, that you get to get the cargo value and the ship value, whatever it might come out to, whatever, and that's the best you can do. But Biden already said that the United States taxpayers will be fitting this bill 100%. And I like this one lawyer that does the little shorts. He said that he's actually a patent lawyer, and he jokes around about, well, that doesn't really count as a lawyer. But the patent or maybe it is patent. It's like one thing only of law. He stated that and this is how he gets his funding for running for office. Imagine the ship company just got that news from Biden. You can imagine them not supporting Biden at this point, the ship company, not all of a sudden sending Biden somehow $100,000 paycheck. You just got the president that said before any investigation started, they didn't even enter the fucking boat, and he's already said, we're going to fit the cost of 100% of this bridge. He didn't say, we're going to fit the cost and we're going to get recouped. He said, we're going to fit the cost of 100%. He used the word 100% wording. So that's just amazing that this company gets a pass. Killed 6 people, and that we know of, that were reported to. And they get a full pass. And we, the taxpayers, will subsidize this company. billionaire, multi-billion dollar company, and we're going to subsidize them. It's freaking amazing. You can't write the shit that people do. Do you think Trump would say subsidize them, or do you think he would say, no, we're going to get that money. We're going to get them to give us the maximum dollar amount? I don't know. I'm just asking. So what about that as a windfall? Trump becomes president. He doesn't take any money. No, I'm talking about previously when he's president. Becomes president. He didn't take any money from being president. He gave it away to multiple agencies, all his paychecks. He stopped. He couldn't make his money anymore. He couldn't do it. He had his son do it and others to do it. And then the New York, fast forward, the state comes after him, New York, and they want to get $500 million. But during his presidency, the Democrats came at him so hard that they sanctioned him off of Twitter. Well, watch how this switches around. Their sanction him off of Twitter put him in a position now where his net worth is going to be, when he can sell that stock, if he could sell it all, right? If he could sell it all at this price point. It went from $3 billion just a few days ago to $6.5 billion because the stock went public and it went up. So Trump, what's it called? True Social, True Social, and his estimated wealth. All right, so it's like crazy. It adds to form. It says billion. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna slide it over to you. Look at how crazy this works. See, I love the butterfly effect. If you're familiar with the butterfly effect, look at that. Don't worry about it. Don't let that shit troll you. Trump's never a likable guy, but he's always enjoyable to watch when he was on TV. I mean, his hair was shit, as we always know. See, there's a such thing as attractive. So attractive means that a person cannot be actually attractive physically, meaning you want to have sex with them, that type of attraction, but you still look at them. So that's a form of attraction. So Trump is not sexually appealing, I don't think, besides his wife maybe, or I don't know anybody else. I've never heard anybody, ooh, Trump is hot. I've never heard that. Maybe when he was younger, I'd never heard it either, but maybe younger. But the girls that wanted money knew that, the models all stuck with him, sort of like Leonardo DiCaprio, except for Leonardo DiCaprio at one point had looks. I don't know what he looks like now. So look what happened here. So watch the butterfly effect. So this has a butterfly effect too, the shipping thing I'm going to talk to you about. So they say he's an insurrectionist. They kick him off of Twitter. He then fights back by making something called True Social, which everybody says is a flop and a bomb. He's struggling. They make fun about how much money he's throwing into this money pit to make his own thing. It's not going to make any money. He's losing money, they state, all that. And next thing you know, it went from $3 billion within a matter of days because people jumped into the stock to $6.5 billion. Before he became president, dude was worth maybe, I don't know, truthfully, probably $80 million to $180 million, $200 million cash. That's probably it. You see, he's got problem coming over cash now. That the $500 million, that's borrowing, etc. Still, and so, yeah, he was a multi-millionaire, but he wasn't, a billionaire. He wasn't. I don't think he was a hundredaire. With assets, he might have been there, but because they kicked him off, look at the butterfly effect. They kicked him off of Twitter. Twitter turned him into a billionaire. So this is talking about when you're down in your dumps and what do you do? Do you fight back? You woes. Do you they just like YouTube kicking my ass with shadow banning me, not putting my content out there? Or, which in my case, I'm like, I can't wait for YouTube to fail, which they will. They're getting a class action lawsuit, the Department of Justice is going to break them up. They will break up Google. It's not I'm just talking shit. They will break them up because Google already offered to the Department of Justice that we'll break up our companies and we'll pay a fine. And the Department of Justice said, nah, we don't trust you. And so now it's going forward in the battle stage, in the court stages. But they broke up Rockefeller, and Rockefeller owned all the oil companies, right? He owned all the oils. He had it locked down in the early 1900s and late 1800s. And the government came after him, antitrust. That means, for you guys to understand, from other countries, we have laws you can't have a monopoly. And Rockefeller basically had a monopoly. So this guy had, that means, and what I'm implying is he had all the money in the fucking world. He's not Trump where he's working with a few, tens of millions of dollars trying to fight Florida, New York with a kangaroo judge, yeah, right? Kangaroo court judge. You can't win, right? And he can't fight Twitter. He can't he can't sue Twitter to get back on. So, so they silenced the voice so we couldn't hear it that night when an events would happen. They silenced him. And what came of it? He looks like a dummy, and he makes some dumb moves, right? He really does. And I'm talking about some of his hiring practices, things like not releasing the Kennedy assassination thing. He could have released it. He didn't release it. They came and talked to him, and he said, "Oh, okay." And he gave in to the CIA, who said, "Don't release it." Well, why would the CIA say not release it? Because the United States government's involved in the killing of Kennedy. Why wouldn't it? It's many years now. They're supposed to release it. They're never going to let them release it because the government will be revealed as, killing a United States sitting president, and the CIA would have to be vanished. And so obviously they must have talked to him and, look, if you do this, you'll have no choice but to vanish us. If you vanish us, we'll have to, vanish meaning, make them unalive, as they say. The wording, you got to learn with the new words. So they would have to be unalived. CIA would have to be splintered, which Kennedy wanted to do. And then it would break down the security of the United States because then we would lose all of the CIA assets around the world. So you got to take the poison pill. You're like, so you motherfuckers did the killing, responsible for it, and I got to let you ride. And he tells them, well, yeah, we also do killing today also of other people. So at the time, those people in office, in best interest, they said, let's unalive Kennedy. So they unalived him. So now they go after this guy here, right? And instead of like most of us who might say, fuck it, I'm throwing in the towel. I would have thrown in the towel on YouTube had it not been for you supporters. All right, I know it's minor supporters, but I just don't like wasting my energy on I can't make a YouTube platform, can I? I don't have what he did to make Truth Social. And I'm not a member of Truth Social, guys, because I don't like the third-party privacy problems that Truth Social makes you sign to join. So I didn't join it. If I can't join anonymously to these sites, I don't join. So then so then lo and behold, they're making fun of it. It goes public, and now because they sanctioned him off of Twitter, they turned a tens of millionaires is what he is. Maybe under 100 million, maybe over 100 million, but definitely not like 300 million. 200 and I think anywhere from 12 down to 12 million up to 60 or 80 million he had, I think it was that around there. Maybe I'm wrong. It might have been 80 million. And then he was able to fund his campaign with the 80 million costing him. I don't know what he put 30 million into it. Say fuck it. Maybe he had that much, but he went from rich guy to a wealthy guy to the point where you can buy real teams. Because he was attempting to buy a Buffalo sports team at one point, and he had to get the money together, and it looked like it could have gone through, but then it fell through. It wasn't a strong bid. Let's put it that way. Now he could actually do it. $6.5 billion. Well, he can't do it right now, but he could borrow on the stock. That's for sure. And the $500 million fine they gave him in New York, and the other lady. It's like, do you fight that? Yeah, you can fight it. Or do you say, well, shit, you people made me? You made me. Price of admission, you made me. Give him so much advertising around the world that the price of a million, the 500 million is worth it. Now, with that said, that the butterfly effect, they win the money against Trump, and so everybody celebrates. The Democrats and liberals celebrate that loss. The butterfly effect, remember I said it would come back around circles, is that now other businesses in New York say, oh shit, this is going to happen to us. And so they're saying, nope, not going to invest, which we see, if you watch the news on that, you see quite a few billionaires saying, nope, including billionaires that voted for Biden and gave money for Biden are now saying, we're going with Trump. These are billionaires, you can look it up, that are voting for, that are saying, I'm not going with Biden again, I'm going with, they want Trump in there to stabilize what? The economy. He can stabilize the economy because other people believe it. Other people around the world believe that he can, and they want a stable USA because they use our dollar amount. The butterfly effect just says you just can't destabilize the country that you got your main dollars in. For example, if I try to convince you guys to invest in me into Guatemalan money, you're like, the countries of Venezuela, you guys like, the country's a fucking wreck. We don't want to invest in their dollars, their money. Well, that's the butterfly effect of mass migration. Yeah, I came back to this. Is that the butterfly effect happens there. The butterfly effect of them passing a law in the 1800s saying that you can only sue the ship carrier for the goods and the ship value only if he, does this. The butterfly effect is you fast forward 100 plus years and you get 6 people dead, and we're now going to be into $1 billion project. And who pays for it? The butterfly effect. We pay for it. The U.S. citizen taxpayer pays for it. This ship is costing us another $1 billion. The butterfly effect of the United States going into Ukraine and disrupting them into 2014 and allowing all that craziness to go on with Nolan talking about the politicians that they want in office to be president of their country. The U.S. is saying who they want to be president. Is the butterfly effect of that is Russia says, no, we gotta draw the line in the sand here. Don't stop. You're going to turn them into a NATO country. They're too valuable as just a neighbor and not a NATO country. Stay a neighbor and we're all in love. But the United States like, no. We're going to become NATO, and we're going to and they kept bringing in U.S. troops to there. As you know, before this happened, when Russia put the troops on the border, that was a warning for the United States troops to get out of Ukraine. Because that was in the posturing we hear is they're just practicing on the border. No, that was the heads up that we're dead serious. Here's your warning. And so we'll give you time to get your troops out. And the U.S. exited their troops, and the U.S. did some pandering with us in the news. Oh, they're just practicing. They're not going to do anything. But as soon as they got all the troops out, then the U.S. changed its position. They're going to invade Ukraine. They're going to invade. You knew damn well they were going to invade Ukraine. They brought their troops up there waiting for you to leave, so they don't have to kill U.S. and force your hand to try to be part of this battle. So the U.S. bows away. They go into Ukraine, and then what happens? The U.S. puts all their assets to help Ukraine. Remember, it was going to be easy, but once the U.S. started backing them, like the Russians backed the Vietnamese when in Vietnam. So it is turnaround fair play with the governments backing their proxy wars. It does happen. They do proxy wars all the time. Hey, we got you covered. We'll give you the munitions, the money, and all that. And these countries know that they're going to use the proxy because they go to their daddy and say, give me more, give me this, give me that. South Vietnam did it. North Vietnam did it with China and Russia. Afghanistan, the Russians went into Afghanistan. They were doing great. They were fucking wiping Afghanistan, whatever reason, whatever you want to call them. They were dominating with their helicopters and all. United States says, oh, we got to get these fuckers back for Vietnam. Petty shit. And so we're going to get them back. And so they give butterfly effect. They give weapons to the Afghans, and specifically to Osama bin Laden. And enemy of my enemy type thing is what the U.S. thinks, right? And so enemy of my enemy is always your friend as long as it's that way. So they give butterfly effect again. Remember, this is all butterfly effect. So then they give them stingers to shoot down the Russian aircraft. They're supplying them, and this shit's working. It works, right? It demoralizes the Russians. The Russians realize this is a losing battle with the United States backing them, so they leave. Butterfly effect is we're going to get your fucking ass back. It's still going to come to roost. So the Russians do it's real petty going back and forth between these countries, United States and Russia. And then we go into Syria and all this other stuff, and the Russians sort of play middleman. But I tell you what, the president of Russia said one time, and I saw it on the recording and the audio, I saw the translation, and my girl actually speaks Russian also, so I could actually got her to confirm it. So yes, he stated that the war. This is before Biden. This was before Trump, I think it was. Let me see if I can find it. But he states that the world needs the United States, is what he stated. That was then. But now we do not need the United States destabilizing the world economy, including Butterfly Effect World Economic Forum is now having a butterfly effect on all of us around the entire world. I don't think there's a country that's affected because of the World Economic Forum of destabilizing stable civilization into destabilized civilization by bringing in people that have no value for the economy. They're not coming in there. No positive value to the economy of you and I on the street. That it's going to cost us money. That every time you so I can prove this by simply stating you and I can't become a Mexican citizen unless we can show that we've got some money, that we're buying land, and they give us permission. We just can't cross the border like that. Now, yes, you can cross the border into Mexico. They don't even fucking care. I've been across the Mexican border a few times. They don't need just two people standing there. They don't even stop them. You just walk through and keep walking. So you could be bringing in anything you want. They don't care. So they don't do anything. They really don't care. So now we're being strong-arm butterfly effect by Mexico, current day, that said, I think it's $20 billion that they said to the United States just a couple days ago. The president said, give us $20 billion and we'll stop the illegal immigration into your country. Shit you not. Butterfly effect. Mexico saw the power in letting the flooding happen through Mexico, let them go through Mexico and destabilize the United States. But they said for $20 billion, we'll stop it. So you're talking about extortion. That's beautiful, but they have no intentions on stopping it. Not Mexico, but I mean the United States. They want it because, as a black guy said in that one video I put up, he said they're going to replace us. That's so funny when we're talking about replacement theory. White people are, and now all of a sudden the black people are talking about replacement theory, that the illegals are going to do it. Well, the Biden made it clear that that's his intent. That do ships prefer an outgoing tide? And interesting, yeah. That would work in your favor. I mean, why would you? Well, no, and actually no, because you're outgoing. That means your tide's lowering, and so no, that wouldn't. To the person asking that question, I'm looking at the comment over there. That would lower your chances get reduced as the tide's going out. So imagine you get fucked out there. You can't keep it. So no, the tide, a higher tide would be better. You got more draft, right, from touching bottom. So your answer would be, if you're running on fuel, yes, that helps sort of push you out. Fuel-wise, that kind of works in your favor, but that's the advantage of that. That's the only advantage I see of that, unless you need also clearance here underneath the vessel because your headroom. So that's under a question asked by AES OPS apostrophe S. So it's something Fables. Yeah, I can't read it. I'm having fun. You should see me do my trolling when people curse me out. They're like F exclamation point question mark K U, and I'm like, what is F exclamation? I don't know what they're trying to spell there. So I'm having a little fun. High slack probability bass. The butterfly effect is this: all the shit matters. It's amazing. Like right now, I'm talking to you. Did I just avoid my death by not going out and get into a car accident? Or by talking to you, did I delay my trip today? I'll get in a car accident and my death happens. So everything has an effect to it, especially how you, like this lady tried to stop me from giving money to this guy who was not bumming. But me, I have got to know. I love social psychology and sociology. So I'm going to go pick up my sleepy meds, right? And I'm picking them up. And this guy's real, like, my girl's in the car with me, and she's like, do you see the guy there? I'm like, yeah, I see him. He's got a brick in his hand, and it's like looks like a homeless guy. You know, he's where he's not supposed to be, right there by the damn booth where you press the mic. And he's got some distance on him. Now I can't stop a flying object, right? But I'm pretty badass. So I'm not worried about the guy. So he's using his arm. He's got it in his hands like this, and it's a newer brick because there's no mortar on it, and it's swinging it up and down while he's sitting down though. And I see him when I approached, so I saw it when I approached, and I didn't, I said, curiosity's going to kill me. Is he going to throw it at this car? I don't give a shit if he does, but, I'm going to order my meds. I'm going to pay for my meds and move out. But he's still spinning. She's like, you see, I'm like, I'm okay. I still got the post where you press the, to say, hey, can you press the thing, can I get my meds? And I got the post of my car behind the door protecting me also. So I'm also got the window down so I don't get shattered glass in my face. I got it partially down though. I also have the car in reverse, right? So the windshield will be if I back up, he's got to rotate differently. If I go forward, he can clearly go that way. But I wanted to, my default was back up. So I said, I did my ordered drugs, waiting for him to come back. I put the car in reverse. I recorded it actually because curiosity kills a cat. So I recorded it and I said, how much? I pulled out $1 bill, I'm waving to him. He jumps up and I'm like, no, I want to buy you a brick. He had a brick down at that point when I backed up to put the brick down. And I said, I want to buy you a brick. He would not sell me the brick. He said, that's my weight, I'm working out. I'm working out. I'm trying to get stronger. Tells me, and then this lady comes across the fucking mic from the store and tells me, don't give him any money. I don't even know this lady, and she's going to give me an order telling me I can't give this guy money. He didn't ask for money, mind you. And so now here's the part, the butterfly effect. So I can challenge her and say, go to, me, if you guys don't know me, I stand my ground. I'm like, I can tell somebody off if I want to. Fuck you, I could do all that, right? You mind your fucking business and just get my drugs, right? I could have went that way. The butterfly effect is I have to live with that in my brain that I snapped, right? And this person controlled me. So the one thing I've learned that I used to do a lot of martial arts and fighting instructors and things like that. And I really enjoyed the fighting, the challenge of it and different people. And my technique was very unorthodox. So at one point, I used to enjoy fighting. Anybody could get me to fight them. And then I realized, I read this book called Zen in the Martial Arts. And it said basically that if someone can make you fight them, they're actually controlling you. And when I got to that part in the book, I understood. That is true. If I can walk up to you and make you fight me, imagine you had no intentions on fighting anybody today, but I'm controlling you if I can come up to you, antagonize you, and make you go to battle. I won because I made you do something that I wanted to do. I made you fight me, so I just controlled you. So I didn't bite on that lady telling me, don't give him any money and all that. I'm like, but my girl did a little bit. She said, but she has no right to, and I just said, that's okay. It's okay. And the guy was about to say something, and I looked at him, shook my head at him, the no, meaning, No, I know she's got a camera there, but I looked at him, no, we're going to ignore her, is what I'm telling him. And I said, and I started whispering to him, I gave you that. That's yours. Because he started telling her, I didn't beg for money. Because they came, telling her. He said, I said, don't even bother with her. So he sat the fuck back down. They tried telling him, you gotta leave. But there's no policing anymore. Butterfly effect. He's on their property. They're trying to scream to him, tell him to leave. He just sat the fuck down. Back there with his backpack and all that. But he did tell me that, he was out of jail, and he's trying to get back in shape. And obviously he was homeless and whatever problems he's got going on. But that's the butterfly effect. You could make someone draw you into a fight that you didn't want to do. And me, on the other hand, like this YouTube thing, I've already communicated with them many times, and I realize that I can't beat them. And remember, they control the platform under this law. They can sanction you for whatever, and tough shit. Oh, I'll show you what they sanctioned me for years ago, and they suckered me into one time. I was like, look, you're still shadow banned. And they said, well, you still got that strike against you. I'm going to show it to you. I can show it to you now because it still exists. And then it's going to delete in April. They suckered my ass on that one because I was wearing it like a badge of honor. They striked me because I stood up against, I'm going to show it to you, against COVID. And so I'll bring it over to you, and you can see how much money I make on this channel, how much I'm just loaded. This is with your donations, $162. This is a month time period. So it's like the last 28 days. And, I appreciate the new subscribers, too. So it's interesting they let me get subscribers. Usually there's an individual, the way this works, that actually monitors my channel. It's not like an algorithm. It literally monitors it, and they can do what they want to. Sometimes I get lucky. On the weekends they're off of work, and I get lucky until they shut it down, and it'll go to zero. Or they'll even delete people when they come back. But this is my badge of honor here that I've now, they suckered me saying, oh, you know what? You got that strike on there from 2020. You have to go in there, go through this class. So I had to go to, what do you call it? Programming. I have to get reprogrammed, re-education. And literally, you got to go through the program and say yes to this. You get re-education over Twitter suspends my account because of my COVID comments. I did a video on this, about this. And they said medical misinformation, because I'm talking about this, about them just suspending my account. And so they just did that, medical misinformation. So I appealed this on, they stroked me on, training completed. Oh, fuck, I got to screenshot that. Yeah, training. My re-education program was completed on January 15th. This is when they suckered me. My re-education program was completed on January 15th of this year, 2024. It's 3+ years later. Let's use the whole numbers down here. It looks more impressive. 4 years later, so they strike me back here, and I refuse to remove I refused to go to their training because they were saying to remove it, you got to go to their training. This training completed, this re-education camp. I said, nope. I don't care what you do to me. I'm digging my heels in, right? Got my high heels on, and I'm digging my heels in. So I refused. And then when they talked to me, oh, you know what's holding your channel up? You still got this suspension, this violation. Let me go. It's called right here. Active. Oh shit! I didn't show it to you. It didn't come up, did it? The other. It's only half a screen. Sorry, guys. I didn't move it all the way over. I see what you didn't see. I'll do it again. So there's the money I said. So let's make the screen smaller so you can see it. I'm waiting for it to catch up. Wait a minute, that's weird. It didn't. There we go. That's better. So this is my active. Yeah, I got to move it over again. Sorry. So here's what my re-education I took a screenshot of. I'll back it up again, my content, my comments. So there's Twitter suspends my account because of COVID comments. And they've said its policy is medical misinformation. I got that. I appealed it. the same day. They did it, and I appealed it the same day. So September 10th. And it says it's a warning. Incidentally, it was a strike before. And they gave me this, right, so here's it says warning. Hold on, let's look at this. Let's move that back over. Yeah, see, it says strike. And then it changed it to, oh, right, I think it changed it to warning after I did the re-education. So I wore the strike as a badge of honor that, no way, I'm one of the ones that stood up against the whole tyranny. So I was not going to get rid of it, but they convinced me that, oh, no, that's what's holding you back. You go to this training and we'll release your channel. So I said, oh, okay, I'll do it. I did it, right? I'll do this friggin' training, going through these things there. I have to say yes to everything, whether you like it or not. I do it, and then they said, oh, yeah, we'll release you in 3 months. I did this, complete on January 15th, and I get this notice instantly afterwards. So they lied to me to make me do the training. How fucking nasty is that? And then they give me 3 months on it, and so we won't know until April 15th if the joke is still further on me. So they're nasty, and I only do this content for you guys. You can clearly see I can spend an hour, 2 hours doing something else more financially gaining in my favor, of financial gain than this. Now let's get back to the content. And let me see your comments. I have to pull up the tab. Hold on. All right, so tab says, why have my comments been censored? Why have my comments censored? Not by me. It's YouTube. Maybe I can clear, now that you said that, maybe I can clear one of my comments there that I've been trying to get posted for a while now. I get the same thing on my side. They really beat me up. They already did videos on that. Let me get you the, hold on. I got to go to what they call YouTube Studio. And then I look at comments. I come over. I'll share it with you. Okay. So this is published. This is held. So held comments right now. This person is it's back to this fucking boat again. The ship makes a sharp turn to starboard and consequently hits the pier. No, I didn't read this guy's comments or girl. I believe the engines were momentarily restarted and they were placed in reverse. Yeah, I already did a video on this, but wait a minute. You're commenting over here on this one. Okay. I know when the props are reversed, the ship's steam will move to port and the bow will move to starboard. I already talked about that in the video. So I don't know. I'll just give them, look, it's holding it up. So this one is the one that I couldn't approve. But now I think it might be this one holding it up. This might approve this guy's comment now. It's weird. I figured out that on my cell phone, I'll only see this, and I'll never see this comment. And so I keep approving this one guy's comment over and over again. When I go to the desktop, it's different. I get to see, I figured out that sometimes there's a message hiding below it that holds this guy up. I reply to this guy's video, then holds this, it puts this guy back out. It kicks him back out, at least on my channel. It kicks him back out until this guy comment that says blocked words gets approved. And let's see what his blocked words are. No such thing happens. No such thing happens in the merchant marines. You need years of experience to get a polished job with a ship of that size. Okay, so let's do this. And then let's go back and refresh it. Yeah, it cleared now. Good. So I'll see that Catwoman, a long-time subscriber, had the same problem as many of us do. Even I get the same problem on my channel where I can't comment. So there's your answer, Fables. So I don't care if he has a business interest. I know when I was just coming up, I had multimillionaires help me out as far as mentoring me. And they told me a couple of times I saw them and I was troubled and things like that. And one of them straightened me out. He told me, he said, he told me, he says, he looked at me like, like you see my little bit of concern. And he says, never feel sorry for a millionaire. Never feel sorry for a millionaire. That's what he taught me. And so I don't give a shit. I don't feel sorry for Trump. It's just the injustice. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Why should I? As my man taught me, never feel sorry for a millionaire. There's no reason I should feel sorry for Trump losing the money. The injustice of taking the money the way they're doing it, the butterfly effect is, yeah, if you win it, if they win the case, as far as even going to the Supreme Court in that state, the problem is it's not automated censorship. Yes, it's not automated. Automated it is automated with respect to if I try to post a video before it's even uploaded, they've already looked at every single frame the automation does, if you will. And if I and listens to the audio, if I have music in there, it will save me a copyright strike before the video's even finished uploading. Copyright strike can come up. I've seen it still uploading, and then I get my copyright strike. Or music that they do. They have to go in there, find where the hell's this music, and then I'll find a section that might be 10 seconds long, and I'm like, fuck, I was replaying somebody else's video talking about it, and they had music there, and I didn't realize I didn't mute their channel. So, doing my narrative over their video. He encouraged a pointless protest that led to hundreds to break the law. They did not break the law. All right, they did not break the law. Maybe, and I don't know what hundreds you're talking about. The people that are protesting at the Capitol did not break the law. Short of the girl that broke the window and got shot in the head. Of all things, you think I wouldn't support her. She broke the window. She's breaking into a clearly secured area with the door locked. She broke in. She climbed in. All right. Now, you're going to really hate me for this. I don't like the cop, right? I'm biased against the cop. That's my own bias. He had every right to shoot her in the fucking head. Why do I say that? Because she had a backpack on. I don't know if he saw the backpack. But because she had the backpack on, we don't know what the fuck's in that backpack. All right? She's breaking into a window, climbing through a goddamn thing like a little fucking monkey going through there. Yeah, I feel sorry for her family. I feel, kind of sorry for her. But if she was to blow up something in there, let's say she went, let's just hypothetically talk that, everybody would scream, why didn't they shoot her? All right. So the way he did it, it was right, we know, but from his angle, no. Now, you crossed into the line of something that I did live that day. I did that video live, and I'm going to give you a quick cursor to that. I called, let me go to my YouTube channel. I called that gunshot before it happened. And then I put it all in private. I'll give you a glean of it. But I called it by a different cop, believe it or not. Let's see, YouTube Studio. And let's see, contents. Live. Okay, I'm going to bring it over to you. So let me see if you can see it. So that day, here's the election, my live video, right? I didn't, it was September live, Arizona's denied. Okay, let me see this one for a second. I think I can look at it. Nope, I blocked it. So it's, yeah, I blocked it. So, but people that were on my channel know I did it live. One of the views were inside, and this one cop, they had his hand inside the trigger guard. And I said that that cop's going to shoot. He wants to shoot. He's already got his finger inside the trigger guard. At that point, you're making up your just relaxing, making just right at the edge where you're going to pull the trigger now. There is no, once you put your finger inside the trigger guard, he's committing himself. He's committing himself, and I said so. And then they cut to a different view. And then when the shot takes place, where the hell's my video? There should be another one here too. I'm trying to see if, Oh, I know what I did. I downloaded it. I took it off of here because of trying to see if that was one of the reasons. Because as you stated, that's one of the reasons why they sanction. Because frankly, you believe that they were. You call them what? You're one of the people that just believe. Like yeah, or brain that. You're saying brain dead, and you're implying that the person's not intelligent. Fables, and that's extreme. That's extreme in your point there. Wait a minute. Should I go on? Pence automated. Wait a minute. I'm confused here about your statements. He encouraged a pointless protest, which led to hundreds to break the law. Wait, are you a cop? Are you worried about people breaking the law? Because I need you to tell me also that you saw the protests where the rioters in multiple cities were breaking the law. I did a live video on that of there, and I helped some guy with the arm that was split open on one of those riots where they wrecked the city and stole from, and I saw the license plates out of Maryland coming into, it was Delaware at the time that I was down there, and into the city. And I saw the Maryland plates, and I was right there filming it. All right, and then I was right there helping with the cleanup. So I actually kept as a momentum trophy of what took place. I have part of the rails that some railing that they tore down to get into a jewelry store. Come on, really? That's BLM time. So were those people also there? Were they? Or were they just really intended to steal shit under the guise of whatever it was? All right, so you're being a liberal and you're being a Democrat. Fables, you're at the wrong channel. I'm going to do nothing but trigger you. So this is the butterfly effect. Unless you want to learn and change your position to neutral, you should go somewhere else. Because I'll trigger you, and you'll trigger me, and I'll always confront you. I don't like liberals. All right, I don't. I don't like their position. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what, Fables? How old are you? If you're young, it's like by default you're a liberal when you're young. So maybe you're just young. So it's not your fault. It's age related. It's age ignorance. You outgrow it. So maybe that's it. Or maybe you're not young, and I don't. Yeah. Or you're female? No, I can't tell. I'm sorry. I really can't tell that little image, and I didn't go to your channel, so I didn't creep on you like that. So we're just having that debate without me trying to be biased that way. So let's look at this. So this thing now, we're going to own it. Let's go forward. Let's see about this damn shipping. Let's see if we got live video. Ooh, that was a good shot. Okay. So yes, they need to make them pay for this. All right, they need to make them pay for it. Malcolm X, I think, said that the Democrats are the worst, right? I know he said about that they're the worst. That was Malcolm X. So I'm using what they call triangulation psychology. It means you attack me, you got to attack Malcolm X, and people are scared to attack Malcolm X. He's a black man supporting a black man. See what I did there? I protected myself from using Malcolm X. So you can't attack me because Malcolm X said it. How dare you attack Malcolm X? So you see what I did there? I used your own, someone you can't touch. Can't touch. And of course you can touch him back in the day. Malcolm X was a radical of a type. And he changed over when he after coming back from Mecca. His little journey, he found that they were white Muslims, and that kind of fucked him up. Okay, so let's refresh this page. All right, yep, it's live again. Too big of a screen, maybe? It's live again? Shit. I'm gonna stay with live. I gotta make sure you can see it in the screen though, in the window. Maybe that's too much. I'll back it out. I'm waiting for the window to catch up. Hold on. Shit, I messed up again. Hold on. I'm checking the window size of it, so you don't have to bother with it. You can get the full view. All right, so this helicopter's on damn spin. So nothing new. I'm gonna fast forward. So nothing new at that point. And let's see. We've got the workers out here on the platform. These guys still here. Let's fast forward. Looks like we're going to jump forward a lot, so bear with me as I skip us up to it. Oh. This guy moves away. This one's moving into place. So let's see where this goes. Oh, good. He's zooming in on the new crew. They're going to tie off so we can fast forward a bit. Oh, no. That's the generator. We've already met the generator. I mean the pump. I think I know what's going on here. This is a replay. She's initially live. Some channels allow the replay and some don't. I think I allow you to do a little bit of replay on mine when you do the settings. And I don't. It's a buffering issue problem if you do allow too much replaying. So that means this live is dead. It's no longer live. So then let's do the search again. Let's see if we can pull it up. So let's go live. Let's see what they got live here. This one's live. We'll go to that one right now. I'll have to change the mic and put the audio on for you. Here we go. Give me volume. So we got the mayor here. Mayor, young man. Okay, micing up. This one's live.
In this moment, Maryland is not alone.
We'll go to that one right now.
At this point in the recovery,
I'll have to change the mic and put the audio on for you. Here we go.
To this team. The first, we need to continue to focus on recovery because it is our obligation.
That's the governor, if you don't know.
Sense of closure to these families. The second, we need to clear the channel and open traffic to the.
Number one, they got open traffic. You don't need closure for the family. You might, that's not very important. Open the channels, number one. The World War II, they didn't give closure to families. They buried their bodies where they died, in the land over there. They didn't bring them back to the families. They never got closure. They never got to see their kid again in a casket or not. So they don't give a shit about closure. Government doesn't give a shit about closures. Channel's number one.
To the port because the health of the Maryland economy and the national economy depends on it.
Right, exactly.
Third, we need to take care of all the people who have been affected by this crisis. And that means the families.
His mic is echoing, not mine, guys.
That means the businesses. That means the first responders.
He's getting feedback.
And in the military, I know I was taught something. And one of the things we were taught is you always take care of your people.
That's ironic. I just mentioned the military, and now he says this.
We're going to make sure that in this moment, we take care of our people. And fourth, we need to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
I'm glad he said that. It means he's going to name it the same thing.
Forward, you can expect regular updates on each of these 4 directives, but I want to be clear. This work will not take hours. This work will not take days.
It's going to take 3 to 5 years.
This work will not just take weeks. We have a very long road ahead of us. We understand that, and we're preparing. And yesterday morning, our team and members of the federal delegation traveled to the site of the collapse on a Coast Guard cutter. You've had a chance to see the wreckage from far away. Yesterday, we had a chance to see it up close. And when you have a chance to see that wreckage up close, You fully understand the enormity of the challenge. This is an incredibly complex job. And our timeline will be long.
That's not me echoing, guys. It really is him.
When the container ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal a few years ago, when that happened, it's important to remember that it took 5 weeks to dislodge that ship. Well, if you think about what the Dali is almost as long as the Eiffel Tower. And the Dali has the key bridge on top of it.
Again, guys, I'm not doing the echoing. His channel's echoing. He's echoing on his side.
We're talking 3,000 to 4,000 tons of steel that's sitting on top of that ship. So we've got work to do, but we're moving. So first, on recovery. The best evidence we have at this time suggests that to advance our recovery efforts, we need to do more work in order to clear the channel. As of last night, the Maryland State Police have suspended diving operations due to security concerns, and further engineering analysis is ongoing to determine our next steps to bring closure to the families and set the course for salvage operations. As of this morning, I also received a briefing from the Unified Command on the extraordinary conditions our divers are working on. What our divers are seeing right now.
I'm not echoing, guys. I hear the echo also. That really is him.
And the debris is so dense that in most instances, our divers cannot see any more than a foot or two in front of them. So much of the operation is simply feel. These divers have been methodical.
Hey, look, you gotta love the sign language guy. It's like basic, like you and I might do, sign language.
They've been disciplined. They have been courageous, diving in darkness with objects all around them. And so to all of our divers, I want to let them know that we are grateful for their service. Second, on clearing the channel and opening the vessel traffic to the port, I've said it before, I will say it again, and I will keep on saying it. This is not just about Maryland. This is about the nation's economy.
That's right.
The port handles
the butterfly
more
effect.
cars and more farm equipment than any other port in America.
The butterfly effect again.
And at least 8,000 workers on the docks have jobs that have been directly affected by this collapse.
And
our economy depends on the Port of Baltimore.
And this is why I was saying that they need to pass that law. That's why I brought the Trump thing in. They passed a law to go after Trump. They retroactively did it 30 years later. So they should retroactively get rid of this law in 1851 and make a new law that says that the people, those 8,000 people, can start a class action lawsuit, for example, that he just mentioned, to go after the shipping company because they've been harmed, financially harmed. And even if they get on workman's comp, then the state's been financially harmed. So workman's comp, unemployment, they still don't get their full amount, and so they've been harmed. So they should be able to retroactively make it worth something, since they now set standards that they can now or standards that they can retroactively change laws. Well, retroactively change the law and allow the state to go after anybody that's in its waterway as fair game. You can't step on the federal laws, but you can say, oh, well, we got a law that says if you come here, our law is also here. So you can have your federal law, but when it comes in our waterway, it's us. You don't see the president out here. You see the state of Maryland out here. That's the governor. All right? And that's the troll. He trolls his ass off, this guy, just by being there.
And the Port of Baltimore.
Everybody else is dressed decency. He dresses like a damn guy on the corner.
Yesterday, we were briefed by the commander of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the Baltimore District, and she laid out her team's efforts with the U.S. Navy to mobilize major resources from around the country at record speed to clear the channel. Under the leadership of Colonel Pinchason, the Army Corps is moving the largest crane on the eastern seaboard to Baltimore to help us. It is estimated that will arrive later on this evening. And third, taking care of our people. I want to provide 2 updates. The first, the Maryland Department of Labor now has established a hotline for unemployment insurance for...
Fuck, I just mentioned this shit, don't I? This is crazy, and I'm right on top of it. Yeah, unemployment insurance.
Workers affected by the collapse.
And there's a butterfly
Number on
effect.
that hotline is this: 667
Yep.
9930 5989. I will say it one more time: 667 9930 5989.
That's not me. That's their delay.
An administration liaison to work with the families of the victims.
Remember, this is live also. We're watching my live, and this is live. But that's their live communication problem with it. Some of that echo you're hearing.
In their time of need, and letting them know we are going to be here for them and with them. And I want to thank the leaders and organizations that have stepped up.
Hey, look at this guy as he talks, though. Look, watch it. Watch this guy.
On rebuilding.
Watch.
We cannot rebuild the bridge until we have cleared the debris. We're working closely with our partners to marshal the funds to move forward on that build so we can be ready when we reach that point of the work. And I want to end by assuring the people of Maryland that this work is moving together at a full clip. And this work is moving forward together. The best minds in the world are here right now in Baltimore. They are working on this project in a methodical and a rigorous way, and we are continuing to work with leaders in the community to provide the support to the families and all of those affected. To the people of this state, I say we are going to get through this because we are Maryland tough and we are Baltimore strong.
Maryland tough, Baltimore strong. Slogans, Baltimore, whatever.
And that is Maryland's governor right there. Governor Moore saying that we are Maryland tough.
Yeah. Their slogan's going to help to get through it. I think they'll take the money. I think everyone will take the money and somewhere around it. Let's find another live here. There's that live crane video. We already got that in the background. This shot here would be over here is where we're at a camera view. And this camera can move, but they're not moving it for right now. Let's see if we can find another one. This one says stream time. Oh yeah, stream time. I actually like stream time. This one moves, but he's not moving it. Let's see if he moved it at all before. There's the night view of it. Okay, so this is good data. Remember, guys, this doesn't go back. I'm going back right now. This will not be on his channel probably after this. So, what we got here? Boat all night long. Couple over here, maybe police boats. Let's go forward. There's one in the middle of the channel for a minute there. Right here. And then here, and gone, moving. Here comes a crane coming up in the daytime. Here comes the sunrise. That's when I was watching with the sunrise. And then I decided to wait a bit to do a video for you guys so I can go back and scrub. Okay, he set his camera over here now. Oh, nope, turn back there. There's the bridge right there. Look at that. Nah, that's not the bridge. It's another bridge. I'm just looking to see what I can see stand out. Little boat skipped across there. So he had no, I think he was, so I think I saw him go, it's the same boat. This dude just, yeah, look, there we go, little one. Let's see if he goes across the steel. Oh, this shit is out here now. Now it's coming up on us to the right. I thought he went across the steel. I was like, that's pretty ballsy. All right, that's the bridge with the two piers on it. The dual piers, the cantilever construction also. This is not cantilevered. This is cantilevered. So you can put supports closer together and then you cantilever part of it. But this one takes some more. Let me explain that to you. I can go back if I can find it again. I can probably find a better shot of the bridge. Let's see. And explain that to you what I just said. So part of the structure right here is, see the support, and now here. This is the pier, and this part sticks out from the pier, right? See it? That's the cantilever section. The steel's going to be a little different for here, anchoring back into here to support that outer bridge deck area and the roadway above it and the railing, etc. And same thing with this one. So it's got a little bit of cantilever, and some of it's like a beam in between supporting it that way. So cantilever. Now I'll show you the this one is non-cantilever. It's supported directly down. This dual legged, I would say it's like a truss, but I need to see it tied again at the bottom there. And then we have the beam across the middle, all the loads going in 3 points here, 1, 2, and 3. So this point, this loading here goes down the 2 legs here, and that loading there, 2 legs there. And then this loading also divides the loading right and left, but a single point. So it's sharing, you know, engineers like this would probably just simply say, a lot of engineers just simply say 1.5. It's got 1.5 of load goes down here, 1.5 of load goes down there for full amount. So this is 1, it takes half the load of that one, so I'm saying 1.5 of the load goes down this leg in there. It's not true, based on loading of how the bridge is loaded at the time, determines the true loading of these points. Let's see if we can find another live video that might have a little something else for us. Is this live? Let me refresh the page. It says live here. So let's see if we can refresh and get it to go to the end. The red go to the end. I think we're at the end. Yeah, I think we're live. So this guy's not giving us much. So I'll move that off. It's the same one here. They're sharing the camera. See, it says CTSY right there. Stream Live. It's the same one. It's CNBC is using. Same as it's the same exact channel I'm on. Oops. Yeah, Stream Time Live. There it is. They're sharing the Stream Time Live thing, which is, I already went to it when I said that. All right, let's see. Live view of the records. That one there. Let's see what else we got live. I don't really listen to the other people talk, like narrations like that. I don't think those broadcasters would give me any information unless they have a guest on there that might. Well, that's stating the obvious right here. They need a structural engineer that says it wasn't designed. If this is an insult to intelligence, this would be like saying I have a broken arm, but I need a doctor to confirm I have a broken arm. You know if you got a broken arm, all right? This is insult of intelligence to look at that. All right, point of impact is 2 days ago. I'd rather see current, because then it's 2 days ago as you're just playing by the seat of your pants as I did in my video. So I'd rather see current. Oh, this is crazy. I did a video on this. This guy, this is Russians. Russians do a lot of hazardous stuff, dangerous, unsafe. And is a basket here held by a crane. workers inside of it. He climbs out and torching, and he's going to win the Darwin Awards. But it's amazing to watch him turn and run. You see the name of the video. Look, he's going to turn and try to run. It's like in a movie. Look, he jumps the railing. He goes, he tries and misses. That's it. He killed himself. Why? I don't feel sorry for him. He was acting unsafe. He was impatient and did unsafe. And so good. Good that he killed himself. Now he won't kill anybody else because that's the same guy that would kill somebody else. Luckily, I don't recall. I don't know if it's 11 workers or he was the only worker. Something like that. But this is the guy. Imagine the drone being there just in time. This is the guy that would kill all the workers. So yes, you want the guys that will kill all the workers to die. You want them to die so they don't kill all the workers. All right? You really want them to die. This profession is, construction is a deadly profession. Look, dude, yeah, it won't go. Oh, yeah, it looks nice. I jumped. I turned off my torch. Whoosh, he jumped right into his deathbed. So no, I don't feel sorry for that guy. You know, it's and look at I like how the drone operator is so aware of, wow, let me get the collapse now. Must be a Russian, because you know, this means nothing to them. Look. Now, I want you to pay attention back here, the supports. When this support right here, this is cut. You see the cuts? He's burning them. And not cut. But now the loads, it's a greater load because this was supporting the structure. It was still tied back in. So this is it. He's killing the last piece of redundancy right there. These were redundant because, you know, they cut. And there's some cuts over here. This one's left here. I don't know who told him. We'll cut every 15th one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He was right there on that one. If he'd have just told the crane operator, turn your crane again. You know, get closer to me and tie a rope to himself. I mean, they know they're cutting it away. And it's going to fall. But yet, no rope needed. And I love how he jumps the railing, though. I will give him an A for that. But that's his last jump in life. Just fucking crazy. I'm going to frame through this one as we watch it. Because you guys might have seen this. He's cutting it. Long ass torch. He's cutting himself. He's cutting his own rope. You know, it's like cutting the rope that you're hanging from a you know, a 300-foot fall. That you're cutting that rope, and it's literally, you know, figuratively what he's doing. He's cutting his own rope. Look, cutting his own rope, and they're going to try to jump back on the tree. There it is, popped. It popped, and I think he stayed. Look at the fracture of it. Boom. And now that when it popped, that extra loading was too much for, I'm looking at which one goes first. This one or this one, in our view. I think it's the one to the left. Oh, no, one to the right. It's a tough call. Remember the drone's moving. I'm looking for a breakaway. Let me go back. I'm going far right. Let's go far right. No, that one's cut. Fuck. I think this one's cut. Right here. I'm following this one to the right with my mouse is only. With this one here. I'm not looking at the collapse. I'll back it up in a second. Yeah, it doesn't break. There's nothing breaking there. This one's cut also. This fucking guy cut way back there. Look how it explosively breaks. Boom. And look at it. It whips and the fracture breaks back here. This is amazing. The ripple effect. Look. Boom. Over to here even. Boom. And there's the deck. I don't know what the hell. They drop bags on it. This looks like bags of sand to help weight it down. See, these are... You transport... They're like 1-ton bags. They can lift up a ton. These bags are what we have in the United States. They hold a ton of sand. Literally a ton of sand. And they get straps. This looks like the bags. So maybe they use a ton of rocks. But a ton of sand. And they just tied them off. And they lift it up here and let them roll down. Maybe they thought that would break the structure. And it would collapse that way. Because I don't know why you would have all these up here. Gravity, as we know, would going to pull it down. So... I'm thinking that was their first attempt at this demolition. Break, fracture, and now this one. Let's watch him now. It's still going, and he's processing it. He probably thinks it's okay. This just broke. And now this is where he takes a shit in his pants when when it shifts. When this starts, the whole thing starts to shift and a fracture happens behind him. It's interesting the fracture happens behind him. Here's the column. You know, I don't think the column collapsed. See the multiple columns? I wonder if he could have stood on a column. I don't recall the columns breaking. So, look at the drone operators. Like, oh, let me get more of this shot. It's like, gotta be Russian. They just don't give a shit. Oh, no, those columns are twisting. It's been a few years since I've seen this. Look at him jump. Jumping over the rail. Boom. You know what I'm thinking? If he'd have held onto the damn torch, also, that might have helped him. He probably drops the torch. Look at him run. You're not going to make it, buddy. I'm talking to a damn dead man, right? But I'm talking to the screen. Look at him jump. Whoa, missed it. The basket didn't go anywhere, right? The basket, the crane operator didn't lift the basket. That's where he was a moment ago. And it was on the I'm sorry, the basket was moved because it was on the sitting on the structure. I mean, the crane operator didn't move it. See, the basket's on the crane, on the deck. And when the crane starts moving, when the bridge starts, we're calling it a bridge. This upper level starts to move. You can see the railing on it. It's obviously upper level for something. It moves the basket away from him a bit. Oh, you missed it. And his buddy goes down. He's holding on for dear life, 2 hands. It's like a movie scene, but it's real life. That guy, that's workers for you. Baltimore bullshit. Yeah, Cognitive. Hey, Cognitive. Let's see what we got here. I'm trying to find more live. Yeah, where's my mouse? There we go. Some more live. So there's the FBI here. Let's see what they had in their boat view. That was 2 days ago, but we'll see what they have from that view. I'm keeping the mute down. I can do more narrative. Back up one. Back up again. So there's the cantilever sections I'm talking about off the edges. This imagery looks distorted. Governor, blah, blah, blah. That's what I want. There we go. See, out of view. I'm always teaching the compression part. This looks like it's right on top of the boat, doesn't it? That's because I used a zoom, and when you use a zoom lens and you pull in, it pulls things together. It just pulls things together and makes them look larger. We're going to be back here at the Port of Baltimore in the crane. And that's because they use that big zoom. I'm sorry, I'm looking over here. There's the catwalk for the top of the structure. It's at the other side of that structure where that ship is. Where the we're on this side of the we're on the Baltimore side, and over here on the left, other side of this is where they have the boat set up right now, the crane set up on the other side. So we're down on that side that it rolled off of, and went this way. The cantilever. And looking at the steel, we can see the buckling that took place. And this is what I was looking for in the Idaho, right there. In the Idaho hangar collapse, aircraft hangar collapse, I was looking for steel that was so compressed that it buckled. So at one point, this was compressed together. See, it's not connected now, but at one point before it broke free, it compressed, and this is where it buckled. And then it went through a different behavior after that. It's going to keep changing. It's dynamic. It's going to keep fluid. It's going to keep changing, if you will, until it becomes at rest. Oh, cargo box. Look, the first time I take notice of that. Take note of that, I mean. Like this one's buckled, right? See it? No longer straight. So that tells you that the bottom of the bridge impacted probably first over here to this side, and the weight of that buckled came this direction, buckled it, and then rolled back over, settling down. Or it impacted on here and settled down. But this, look, it just folded all this over. There's the bridge deck there. So that's just amazing. I've been trying to figure out this is this side. Trying to see the connection and find the other side. Does this belong here? I've been trying to put that together with the shape. They're like this shape here repeatedly, and I won't call it a K, but you can call it a K from the other direction. I don't want to be careful calling it a K truss. But this thing is beautiful. So let me get something for you. Hold on. I'm looking at another tab. Give me a second. So I said I want to be careful to show you why. Because that's your K truss. All right, I don't want to I don't want you to think it's a K truss. But it's like it's turned on its side. Whatever. Cognitive. Now Somersault, that guy that was head of the NTSB. Now she's the head spokesperson now. Summerwalt, whatever now call him, Somersault. He's gone. That's good. Now you need to get rid of her. Start her fresh. Start her fresh with some real, get some engineers in there, at least. So people can ask questions, and you can't have, that's why they do it. They don't use engineers because they can ask questions. And these people, if you go to look at their background, you'll find no engineering background. And they can say, this damn chair, let me move something, move another chair. I got chair on chair. Hold on. Squeaking in your ear probably. Okay. So so they do that on purpose. So you can't, an engineer didn't say this. It's just the spokesperson said it. You can't. They make sure you can't pin them down, right? And there's the non-pinning behind using these non-professionals, and they may be a professional talker, but now it is because they're getting paid for it. The moment you get paid for it, you're a professional. It's the first day on the job. You're now a professional. So that's what you do for a profession. I didn't say you were an expert, but you're a professional. All right. I'm going to tell one of my jokes now, but I'm not going to say it. So different agencies arrived at Key Bridge. This was 18 minutes ago. Okay. No life jackets already. You think they would give them life jackets when they were entering the boat? None. So this is already starting funky. It looks like he might have steel toe shoes on. He's got his house slippers on with low ankles. But no fall. Nothing's going to fall on your foot. It's okay. But you need to be able to get out of your shoes, so this would be a hazard. This would be at least of a hazard because you might fall in the water. You're going onto the boat, onto the water. You might fall into the water. You need to be able to get going. This will be a hazard, the backpack, and this will be a hazard, a backpack. So I would, as a safety officer, would probably tell them, if I was doing that job there for them, carry your backpack in your hand. You're going to catch hell trying to get that off if you fall in the water. Carry it in your hand. All right, now stop with these fucking backpacks, unless they double as a flotation device. Stop with the fucking backpacks. And now are they moving? Oh, there's a drone guy. Okay, so they do have the drone. Remember I talked about a drone? They need a friggin' drone? Okay, so no, there's a railing here, but again, no, he has his coffee here. That's very important. You have your coffee or whatever that is. Let's see. Again, that's the shoe guy. There's a drone. There's a tether. Yep, now we're at the point where you can fall off. So no life jacket. U.S. Don't tell me it says Coast Guard on it, does it? U.S. what? U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Yep. Fucking idiot. This one has a life vest on. See? Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't see a life vest there. Now I'm just trying to think of the jacket doubles as a life vest. I'm looking for it. Looking for his life vest. Life vest. No, he's just like, I'm not wearing a life vest, and he's leaning on one leg. So this leg is loose. So supporting on one leg on a door. Fucking genius. This is the guy you got to kick off the job. I'm sorry, you just got to kick him the fuck off the job. All right? You got to send him home. He's bad for everybody else because he doesn't wear the life vest. Other people will not start wearing the life vest. And it's just systemic. It snowballs. All right? Yeah, Tommy's not wearing a life jacket. Fuck it, I'm not wearing one either. It just snowballs. It runs against the back of my neck. And so, yep. All right. And these are life vests that you pull to inflate. So it's not like he has one under his jacket. He's going to pull to inflate. I don't see it behind his neck. It's that support I talked about. Well, is it? Is it? No, there's one behind us. But this is supported. There's one behind us? Let me get my bearings here. Okay, I'm confused. I got it now. So there's the ship. There's the one with the 3 supports on it. This is where it rolled over, and this is the part that pulled down and tug the rest of this down, slide down the off its position. Let me get that video again to show you a quick shot of that. Where are you? You know how many times I've opened that damn video? And now I gotta open it again. So I want to orient you to where you are. And grabbing the video. So let me just show you my history and go find it from there. My own damn video. I got it, and I'm coming over. I'm going to, right here is where this, and make sure I can see what you see. I got another tab open so I can see what you see. Okay. I've got to move that. No, that's good. So this is where this gets pulled down by this guy here. Let's watch it. All right, so that's that where it lifts off the support and then bounces back down. That's this one. 1 and 2. When I say lift off, wait a minute. Isn't there another? Am I missing something? Yeah, I'm missing a section. Another section here. This is weird. This is getting weird real quick. There should be a section of bridge here. Right here. Let's look at that. Nope, it goes down. Wait a minute. So this is where it's going to slide off, and that sliding off is going to be here. This is that support. There's the background. Middle one. Yeah. I'm going over this over and over my head. This is the end of the truss system here. See it? The portal area where you come into the bridge. It's below the water now. It's usually more of a stiffener at the lower part. It's where you drive onto the bridge from the transfer from the other bridge deck, the simple supported like girder bridge without the truss system. There's that, and there. Okay, there's 3. Yeah, I'm missing something. I'm on the other fucking side. No, the boat's there. We're on this side. This is getting aggravating. Here's the boat. We're on this side. We should see. It's aggravating. See what I'm looking at right here, just so you know. It's got 3 supports here. 1, 2, and 3. This is the end of the truss system at the 3rd one. Yet I'm looking at the end of the... Did it break off? So, did I miss something else here? 1, 2, and 3. Did it break off to here? Fuck me. Look at that. Just found something else. This upper 2 stages break off. I know what I'm looking at now. There's a single now. Look at it. Take a look. Yeah, if you wait this long, you're going to learn. You learn. All right. Watch this son of a bitch. It just doesn't slide off. These 2 take a disappearing act. Let's let it play. Tell you what, let me just frame this. I can probably go faster if they're just doing, oops, maybe I can't. Nope. I'm letting it play. I want to see these 2 take a disappearing act. The upper part of this, let's call it a tower. The upper part of this tower, and it's not a tower. Towers, bridge, you can go above. All right, so maybe I shouldn't get you confused and reference it like that. This pier tower, implying underneath of the bridge. So I added the finer as pier. Bridge support, pier, bridge support, tower. I'm trying to come up with to identify this one a lot more individually when I reference it. Come on, you son of a bitch, play. I'm letting it play in slow-mo, obviously. And this is my own video. I wanted to... Come on. All right, it lifts up here, right? That's when it lifts up. I'm telling you how it's beautiful, how it's rotating from there. It lifts up, and then when this breaks, it's going to drop down, but it's going to fracture to the left. So there's just concrete in the water here somewhere. I'm trying to see it in a second. If the video doesn't cut out before we can see the end of it. If this section has now been disappeared, it's been delived, unlived. It's been... Come on. So there's the smash. And I thought that it was under compression from rolling down in there. In reality, this is your concrete probably. I need a concrete coming on down. Let's see. Yeah, the video does that then. All right, so it cuts at that point, and I don't have more video content of that. She didn't break the window. Who didn't break the window? It was already broken. Oh, Betty's getting into that. Okay, Betty, yeah, that was a long time ago. Betty, okay, I'll go with that. Let's just say she didn't break the window, Betty. We're talking about Betty's. I'm addressing Betty. If you have to watch the rest of the video to get what she said. Okay, Betty, let's just say she didn't break the window. She's climbing through the window. That's not the doorway. It's sort of like everybody went through that window in the front. Yeah, they're all breaking entry. Everybody went through the door. That's all free pass, especially with those. That's all a free pass. The door's open. All right, it's a state house, a federal house. It's doors are open. You can walk right in. All right, you don't have to say you need permission. It's a federal building. It's no permission needed. If they're not stopping you, then you don't need permission. So I'm sticking with that. No, everybody that walked through there, and you saw how nice they were, walking through the barricades, keeping it all clean and nice. Just a couple of people acting a little crazy, like the horn guy going up there, getting on this pulpit. That was a little, whatever he was, the ram guy with the ram horns. But that's for Betty. I'm not interesting right now, guys. It's in the comments. So even if she didn't break the window, she was climbing through the window. All right, so somebody else broke the window. She knows you're climbing through a window at that point. If I come to your house, now let's just pick it public right away, that building there. The doors are closed. You can't open it. You see a broken window. Do you climb through the broken window? No. Those people were clearly intended to stop the election process there. All right, those people were. The rest were taking the tour. I don't care if the election process was going on. They were taking the tour. It's fair game to take the tour, especially since the election process stopped. So at that point, they're not interfering with what? They're not interfering with the election process. It stopped. Once you stopped, how can you get me for interfering with the election process? It stopped. It was stopped at some point. At the point it was stopped, nobody's interfering anymore unless they ask them to leave so they can continue the election. But you got to let them know, we need to continue and you can't be in here. Well, I don't know why they can't be in there. It's still during that thing. Why is it not open to the public? At least, news and the general public in general. Some general public should be allowed there. So I don't have a problem with that, with them going there. I laughed my ass off that it was happening that day, frankly, until, like I said, it's all fun and games until somebody starts taking their clothes off. So it's all fun and games until somebody gets shot in the head. That was different. Or they was climbing the scaffolding and monkeying up the walls. I mean, come on. Those people are clearly, you're doing carpool on the damn walls, climbing up like a damn Spider-Man. And we know a lot of them were from different parties. Some were, FBI. Some were Democrats. Some were Republicans. Some were just antagonists there. But some of them were the ones that weren't climbing the walls. I laughed my ass. I was like, what the hell? The steps are right there. What's he going to mangle your way through? I mean, that was just crazy. That person's got a little mental problem. So that's your part about the election day. But no, the real part that everybody should have been upset about was when the drops happened in the middle of the night. All those trucks driving in. Texas is the one that led the lead on that. The real problem was when the Supreme Court decided they weren't going to hear Texas and 13 other states demanding that their votes were taken away from them by these illegal votes coming in the middle of the night, being delivered in the middle of the night, all based on COVID. Remember that? So it should have been held by the Supreme Court. If anything, they want to tear something down, they should have protested the Supreme Court saying they're not going to hear it. That was ridiculous not to hear it. The Supreme Court did the out by running away. We won't hear it. And then the states didn't get together. Those 13 states didn't get together and say, nope. They went on with it. They went on. The states had the rights to still speak up, and they did not. So, I'm sorry. They did exercise their rights. And they spoke the way they spoke, so I'm gonna recognize that those states, once they got that kicked ass with got their ass kicked by the Supreme Court, they decided to cower down and give in. They could have sent different electors. They did not. But they didn't. Well, wait a minute. But they were already for Trump, so that doesn't make fucking sense, did I? Because they were already for Trump, so they did send the same electors that would have won. They wouldn't make so for clarity on my own brain. Because my amygdala caught up with the data real quick that I was pushing to you. That I'm like, no, wait a minute. Every state that resisted, they were all for Trump. And so there was not a single state that was not for Trump that said we need to stand up against those mail-in ballots and also the ballots that came in the middle of the night. Not a single state. Fast forward today, We're going to see how Michigan does, how Michigan and all that area up there does with their election process coming up. Because there are plenty of black people now screaming, our votes being taken away by all these illegals coming in. You're giving them title to vote. You know it was passed by a federal judge in D.C. that's going to allow the illegals, non-citizens of the United States, to vote. As long as they're a citizen of D.C., District of Columbia, they're going to allow them to vote. And they're going to get a voting card. Now, will that voting card say you can't vote in a federal election? Because that's only non-federal elections. Or it won't have that restriction on there. I don't think they have a voting card prepared for that. So those same people are going to vote in the federal election. You know, they came in here illegally. You think they're going to not vote illegally? Come on. They're going to vote for Brandon Biden because he's saying, I'm going to give you free shit and you're my new voters. Oh, let me be clear about that. Let me be very clear that he's saying they're going to be the new voters. All right? I'm going to get back to this thing right here, but this is the butterfly effect of all this shit. We're coming home to roost. So that would be. Let me find my own video. Okay. So I put this one out. It's 1 minute and 21 seconds. It's a short I made, and to see what YouTube did to it. Let me look at the analytics. They said I can get 98 views. So YouTube, I put cat videos up, tons of it. YouTube blocked this. Shadow banned it. 98 views. Now Biden says here that the, let me see if I... As they say. So Elon Musk posted this. Just go for it.
Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump.
Okay. It's not secure because of Donald Trump. Now let's go to before he was president-elect. He has a Zoom meeting. Here, I'm going to take a few second clip out of this.
This country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because...
Not just because of you African Americans. Yes. But, wow.
By 2040, this...
By 2040, guys. By 2040, this was his plan. Listen, this is before he became president. The borders were secure. They weren't coming across here. Before he became president, he does a Zoom meeting with these black people here saying, by the year 2040, the white people will be a minority and the majority will be Hispanic. You hear me? That's what he says. Hear me? And it's going to be Hispanic. So you people, these black people, y'all need to learn to work with these Hispanics because you don't want to work with them damn hunkies, those white peoples, them whiteys. Listen. So listen what he says. By 2040, it will be Hispanic. So this was his plan. They're like, what the hell is he talking about? So he created the evasion to prove his 2040 plan. Remember, it's 2024 now, guys. In 6 years, his plan will work. He's still got another year of flooding the country with his plan. Listen to it. It's now he's going to executive order somehow citizenship. I don't fucking know how this is going to work, but here we go. Listen.
This country is going to be minority. This country is going to 40. By 2040. By 2040. By 2040. This country is going to be minority white European. This country is going to be minority white European.
He's stating that. You know, we're not minority white European in this country right now, but he's planning. He planned it, and what's it, over 10 million of them that he brought in here? And frankly, these illegals, they're reproducing, or raping and killing too now, but here we go.
Hear me?
Hear me?
Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who will make up a larger portion of the population. Y'all do.
Then y'all do. You see my point? I'm going to stop it there. So he's preaching to him, telling him that this is his plan, the butterfly effect. He knows what he's doing by opening these borders up. This is all coming home to roost. We're all going to fucking pay for this because he's bringing in people that no jobs are for them. They're uneducated. There's no jobs for them. It is doomed to fail. And it's done on purpose, all for power, election, voting is not for, it only cares about the Democratic vote. Let's get to the back to this now. So this lost the 2 sections above. We don't even see them here. It just sheared them off. They're not. So that means it held well. To rip it off here, it had to hold on. This bridge went up in the air. When it came back down, that steel, I'm thinking the roadway did have the ability to hammer it like a sledge. Well, it wasn't much of an elevation, but it was a lot of energy. And we look at the steel here, it's bent a bit, but that's just probably, it's bent significantly. So it rocked back forward. At one point it rocked away to bend, to make this bend, this bend. You see it's not straight, it's this way and out. So at one point this bridge rocked to the right, clockwise to us. And then when it settled down, it rocked back. So this is probably bent even more because you see how it's pressed against there? So that implies, by physics, that it was bent further. Or, by the luck of whatever, it was bent only that much and it fell down and touched right there, which is, in probability, no. Is nil on that, I believe. And then we look at this part here. Look at it leaning this direction. See, this is square, but this one's not. So now the bottom is this. It's almost like this square. So how do we get this bridge deck? Oh, that's the impact. When it went up and it impacted the corner there, that's the impact now. When it came up and impact. Let's see if I can get that impact video again. Where are you, sweetie? Impact. I thought I had you ready to go. Huh. I'm not that bright, apparently. Oh, got it. So, I'll make the window larger. I'm working on a desktop that has multiple windows, so you guys are looking at one window, so bear with me as I do this. Waiting for it to catch up to you. Oh, that doesn't make sense. That should have been, okay, there we go. I see your delay now. Okay, so back again. That's the impact at this point, at this time. And now it's, I think it's down, and before it goes, I think I'm playing cycling. No. It's just releasing now. So it's coming down from a cycle up. All right, so there's cycled up right there. We know that if quick identifier is that this is low and that's high. It's breaking here. That's when it releases it. And that's, but it's also torqued, rotated on this end, which is odd, very odd, because it's pushing. So I almost want to see something break here because, or a twist in the structure, because this looks like it's still working the way this rocks. So it's up in the air. Now here comes the impact. The impact of the entire, this release, when it breaks free. It's slow motion. I got it slow framed. It's much faster, obviously. When it breaks free, it allows us to impact back down in fraction 1, 2. It just drives off both of these. So did it go down the middle of it and break it off? The bridge turns sideways. Okay, the bridge turned sideways. Drove down between this section. So the head should be in place then under the ground. The girder, the beam across the top, when they pull us up, we might see this in place. And or it pushes here and it causes it to snap here and here. It just snaps together. Both of them snap together. I'm trying to get the energy for that in the moment. I would like to see the top being pushed over, but that doesn't happen because we see this is pinned between here. At one point, this becomes level and comes down flat. So lighting, and right here, can't see beyond it, but it looks like it's, maybe it's shifted, maybe not. Okay, is it coming forward? It's no longer there. This is flat. I'm describing how this is flat and it's still connected to the structure here, and it pulls it down. Yeah, there goes the head of it. I don't know which way it went. And now this slides off, impacts to the outer edge, and then fractures. Okay. So that's that one, outer edge, and straddles it. Goes through the bridge deck. The bridge deck goes through there, drives it. Remember, it's sliding down, so it shears through the bridge deck. Then it shears through the bridge deck and into the. And now it's supported by the piers. The steel is supported by this pier here. So theoretically, we could have the bridge deck 50 foot below the water surface here, since 50 foot depth, and whatever tide that's determined at 53 feet, and this is hanging up here. All right, over here we have that part I talked about. Now I get that bending act, this one bent here. That's what it was all about. Let's move on. There's a drone going up. I'm going to end this video after this one. I've got to call it a day. Morning, guys. I got to get to my life here. Okay, there's the asshole with no vest. There he is. Long ass sideburn, just profiling stuff I do. I actually own that belt, so that's one of my belts. So he's using his weight as a counterweight for this, so it's significantly heavy. Parts hair that way, some southern guy. That's my guess. You know, my profiling. Okay, so then he's just going to let it go. Emergency operations building. Oh yeah, hang your equipment over the over here and show your ID, why don't you? Yeah. All right, so this, and let it drop out of here. It's tethered in here. What we got now? This is shield for writing your notes on and all. Nah, probably for lighting and protect the screen. Just a door. You think you would have this tethered around his neck, right? But for safety reasons, you wouldn't do that. Now, do I see his vest? Right here is his vest. See it? And it was this guy, as if he's the captain, to make sure they had vest on. All right, we got something. Bridge deck. Bridge behind us, another section. Yeah, it looks like it's leaning away and all. It's just the camera distortion. Lighting. I think that's a light for the bridge deck. That'd be great data. If you know the length of that light, you can probably estimate good. All right, they're bringing it in. What's he got here now? He's got a pole. I have to lift it up, hook it. Okay, so we're just watching them retrieve it instead of the video. That's just so exciting. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm glad I'm spending my Friday with you guys and watching this with you. Oh, do you see the red thing under the water? Oh, this is exciting. I'm giving you blow by blow on this. Panasonic screen. Okay, now we got something. I'm reading the screen. I'm just trying to figure out, get oriented. So this is like, it might be his 360 up here. It's giving him an idea where he is. It looks like he's at 238 degrees per where he's got his whatever he's oriented to. It'd be magnetic north, however you do the satellites, I don't know. This the debris that's in that path from, this would be, I'm just trying to figure it out, how this should work. So this is field of view. This is where it's literally located with the north and west directions all the way out to the inch, minutes and seconds, the way that's read. it's got two different numbers. See, this is 224 now, and this is 272. This one's not moving. Looks like 272. Nor is the other one, so I don't think it's depth. Oh, now we get in the structure. Look, it looks like that's the structure right there. See it here? Let me screenshot that. Yeah, these tough books are something else. They really are good. He's taking a photograph, I think. This is, okay, I got it now. This is record button for video. And that's his photograph button, maybe. I don't know. The resolution, yeah. Up or down, camera changing. And here we go. Back in the water you go. Maybe they're grabbing SD cards out of it and replacing them. You know, loading up SD card it. Maybe super high resolution. So, you gonna turn the tether loose? Yeah. What was that about? Dive boat. Yep, right here. But now I get to look at the structure. All right, so we definitely got section over here. You see the steel bent this direction, so obviously this bridge decking is down there, but there's your release from the columns. So the columns went this way. Remember I was looking for the columns? The rest of them, the other two pieces, well, there's the steel. They're over here. That steel, that concrete that was on top, it's on this side. Based off of this steel only is what I'm basing it off of. That steel being bent in the direction we see it. Photograph, screenshot. Sorry, guys. It's they might scrub stuff. They scrub stuff sometimes from the internets. Get it? All right. Dive. Dive guy. He had his suit on. I own that. It folds up, the two legs do. Oh. They're coming in from their dive. Let's go back again. I'm looking for lighting on their equipment themselves, on them. Oh, missed it too far. Okay. He's cold. He still has his... They're both cold. It's interesting. They brought him in so quick, he didn't even take off his gear on the boat. They're addressing it now when he's on shore. That's kind of odd, right? It's easy from the transport probably, so I'm guessing it's still a heavy tank, significantly heavy tanks. They're not the fiberglass ones. Bomb technician. That is using his skill set, whatever else skill set he might have, to come there. So don't read into the bomb thing. I don't think they'll use explosives. It's kind of stupid if they do. It just more debris they got to pick up. They can use an excavator. Doesn't explode shit. No fish need die, and just cut away. Oh, I'm not pressing play. Sorry. Okay, what do we have? Drone number 2 that we visualize. Defender. Oh, a little grappler on that one. I like that one. Oh, excuse me. I'm looking to buy one of these for some time now. I was going to do videos, but then I looked at YouTube and saw other people doing videos with drones underwater, and I was like, I'm going to pass. All right, we have ourselves... Remember I said they would be marked? This is 18. This is number 18. Oh, that's a full fucking fracture. Look at that. We got number 18. Oh, nope, it's a cold joint. Sorry, angle on the left side got me. All right, so that's sorry guys, I apologize. Do not say that's a fracture. In my brain, remember I said I got monovision, two eyes work together. It just cleared up for me. I saw this. This is what I saw, like an arch. And then a couple of winks later, I saw a straight line. So it's straight, and here's a straight over here. This is and back here also. So building this, they built this and this together. This piece and this piece together, unless it's a cold joint right there. I doubt that. Let me think about that. It's got a chamfer on it. 1970s skill set with concrete and this chamfer. I might go with another. This is a starter. So they were built up to here, and then steel was extended, and then this is the starter for this one. And then they went on top of it. I might not, even though it might be intuitive to say these two were built together, it's not also because of it looks pretty damn nice from this distance. And I would expect more honeycombing, and it looks pretty damn nice. All right, just wood cribbing. Oh, here's the fucking pier cap here. Is it here? See the water clearance? There's the pile cap, rather. Piles are below the water, piers above. I do that frequently, guys, with you guys. I apologize. I get my P's mixed up. P's. P-E-A-S. P-E-A-S. All right, so there's their damn pile cap. This is what the ship would run on. And this is the part that made it easy to fracture now. This is all coming clean now. This is good data. I know if you waited this long, you're going to get some good data again. Remember, we see the ship anchored, and we see that these tops came off. Well, now I can explain it a lot more. The steel. It's the steel from here that it went up to there was limited in height. It doesn't extend all the way up to the top. It extends so much, so the integration is from this steel, from here out to here. But this is the starter, but the steel might stop. I can actually figure out where it stopped now that I know what I'm looking at, and go back there and look at it, and we can see where the steel, the overlap. Sorry, I'm lowering my table. It's one of the electronic tables. So it's we can understand where the steel overlap by looking at the bends also of the steel, and you'll see that that made it easier to break apart. The pullout, remember I do rebar pullout tests, would have been the impact, and this would have been in the fulcrum, a higher fulcrum. I'm gonna stick with that. Like a pry bar, it's further away. The leg of this is further away where the ship hit, much higher. Pushing at that point allows it to strip this rebar out and break free much more easily than we think. One of them might have fractured, the first one impacting, and now explains why the others are on the deck so easily. It just pulled on the deck of the boats because it just pulled them out. It just pulls it right out. Let me pull the image up on that. That's worth it now. This is worth it right there. Damn, it took that long to get into this video just to get this data. And it's going to be the last one. So, yeah, my brain has to reset. And I go backwards. Now, I think the state of Maryland owns the bridge, but that's just something I'm throwing out there. Let me get the impact images. Let me bring this over. And let's find the impact close up. Images. They're killing us on no close-ups now, huh? Debris, how about that? It's always killed me how debris is with an S. We're getting there. Nope, I needed to get closer to here. This one, I think I'll just ask for the NTSB video. And 147 and watch. Really? This is by someone else doing it. I want the real, not this version.
Excuse me?
It's bullshit. Let me try to go back here and find the NTSB version. YouTube 646. NTSB. Okay, they're going to be on the boat in a second. I'm going to fast forward till we get down on the boat. Okay, backing up. Now, there's your rebar pullout right there. Right there. It was on those little the stubs I showed you. Move that out of the way. Well, this, I can delete that one. And let me drop this one in here. A little tougher than I think. Let me see what your view looks like. Make sure you can observe. So I got to find that now. That's to your right. And I think you're up to speed. All right, mic test. Anybody? Can you give me a mic test? Tell me hello. And hold on a second. Hold on a second for that mic test. Let me start reset that. Hold on. So if you already said it, give me a second. I want to see the delay between mic test and us communicating. Okay, mic test on the clap. When I clap, we need a clap. Oh, you do have to comment. But you have to tell me you heard the clap is what we're going for. And what I did is I started a timer on my side. And I'll know by the time you comment, just put anything there. X, put a finger there, anything. Yeah, I didn't break the window. Yeah, anything. X and enter key. Anything, and I'll know that that's the mic test. 5x5. 30 seconds. Okay, let me write you 5x5, Christopher. So 30 seconds. Let me write this right now. Okay. All right, so you're 30 seconds behind me. And I can see your video. I can see your image on another screen, so I know what you can see this here. And actually, it should be showing already. Where the... I'm missing one. My live one. Actually, the 30-second one, I'm looking at the wrong one myself. I got myself in a 30-second delay. Yeah, when I move it here, let me try something again. Nope. I got the wrong screen open. Hold on. That's not the one I wanted open. Fuck. Oh, I know where it is. I found it. Found it. Okay, we're good. So I have two screens up. One with the what you see, and then one where I can move the mouse and see it instantly. That one that you're looking at is 30-second delay. And now I'm oriented for you. So this is that over here, that starter is left behind here. There they are, all draped all the hell. So now we can look at this rebar and start figuring out how these columns behaved over here. I don't see the other column here, but we're going to go down on the boat in a second. I think they look this way. It's like it mushroomed out, though. You see how it mushroomed out? So it implies that there was a compressive force, the same way to the bridge. So apparently, this one took out. This is my theory. It took out the this rotation here. This is gone, right? And then because this is mushroomed out, this theory until I get a better image of it. So that I leave it reserve open. The other two legs, and I don't know where this other one went to. These legs look like they mushroom out like a hair job going this way and that way, implying that they peel down like a banana compression-wise. Now let's get to the damn... I'm going to move it over actually a little bit more. And let's get to the camera view of it. I don't know if I can, how much I can get out of, how much traction I can get out of zooming. Getting some, hold on. Sometimes it doesn't let you zoom well in YouTube or my channel. I don't know what value I got out of that. Yeah, it just crops. It doesn't really zoom. It's doing cropping more so. All right, let's go with the fast forward to, okay, this is nice. Let me try something here. I think I have another way to zoom without zooming. I got to see what you're looking at now. Yeah, that's the rebar tearing off. There's the supports. Wait a minute. This is where the other support was then, because they're at the ends, the very ends. And this is clean. Oh, there's the fucking leg here. This is the impact. That would have been the leg. And it sheared it off. I mean, it just sheared. This is amazing how it sheared it off. I'm trying to distinguish the rebar connection. Maybe there's a bit of a cantilever of the concrete. That's why it's so smooth here on this design. And this is the leg impact here. I don't know if that's any leg there. This is the second leg. Oh, this is so fucking easy now. This leg, this is it. Goes up, comes across. This leg here belongs here. Problem with that is mushroomed over here. The rebar is over on this side too. If I spun it on 180 around, okay, if I spin it in a clock, so grab this and put this on this side. Now that works also. But it would have to grab it hold of the structure and flip it around before the bridge falls, which it could do, you know, like sort of like pulling a towel from a bunch of, No, I don't like it. Don't like it. I still like this leg for here. And I think I'm wrong. Hold on. Let's grab the imagery now. I was trying to play it by ear first and then verify. Try to get rid of my bias first by working it. And then I look at the imagery. Let me grab some images now and I'll show you what I'm looking for. Here we go. Oops, I'm not ready for that. Okay. I'm pulling it up. I need a close-up. I need some images. Let me look for it for a second while you look at that. You can enjoy it for a second. I'll show you what I'm looking for. Or bring it over to you. And where's that? Good. All right, I'm trying to find a close-up for here. Down here. Okay, yeah. So the legs are, so the head comes across like this is that part there. It's coming across. Let me do this. Can I save the? Yep, I can. Good. So obviously you see it's beveled in. It's not, you know, just straight. This one comes and it turns. We have that. Nope. Nope. I've observed the bridge deck. All right, and then it flaps down. Can I put this one way over here? Can I put this here? The simplest would be just to leave it right where the fuck it is. But the impact would have went through here and let this one get almost a freebie. I think it's a secondary collapse onto the structure, and this bent the steel here. when they walk through it. You can see it here. This is the original impact. So this is the first one. So this one, this dent in the structure, I'm sorry for clarity, dent in the structure of the ship. Original impact. If I leave this one here, I have to spin it to be oriented like this. I have to spin it to orient this direction. So ship impacts this one. And then you see the design here. This is totally, and there's this the support. So now I can see the support down here a lot better. And you can see the when this lifted up and then slammed back down. Oh, yeah, you can see it. It lift up, slammed back down. It took out this section here. Bay 1, Bay 2. How about that? Top bay, second bay, mid bay. This one's still standing, but I'm trying to get a better image of it this way. I get that backwards, the base to the left. So similar down there then. And this is the one that went out of town. This is the one, the double down here. This bridge is so symmetrical that it's not easy for me to identify ends without the background. So you pick your end. I think this is the end over. I can't be sure. Let's see. So the port was to the right of me. I would see this. If I'm on the other side, the port would be to the left. See, I can't tell. I got some green stuff down here. I could probably use it markers. Or the number 28 if I could see it. But that's not going to help me, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 land. 6 or 7 land. I can't tell anything from that. All right. This is where the ship hit first. Starts to collapse. So this is number 1. Number 1 on the impact. Right here to here. Bridge collapses. It would be easy for me to say it's the outer one. Let's just jump to it now. This is so odd to me. This break is so odd to me. I wish I had a better image of it. I've got to do it. I know this is the I'm going to wrap it up after I finish this part of the vessel. So this is so odd to me. Trying to place the shape. And also no reinforcement. Is it it's a damn cargo box that I'm looking at or something? Is it something part of the ship? And I'm trying to place it into concrete. It's pretty damn big, and a cargo box couldn't take a damn bridge on it. I'm back to concrete with this. It would have bent around the damn cargo box. It would have just folded these little things over. So, where the hell does it belong? I'd like to see if this is a support. One of the bearings up top. Is that a bearing right there? Am I seeing my ghost that I talk about? Is that a bearing for the top? When I say the bearing, I'm talking about... Wow, that's weird. It overlaid underneath it behind it. These are the bearings here, right? That's the bearing there. See how huge it is? They're huge. Good news is they get closer. It just doesn't fit the shape, though, that I need. There's the other support. That means it would have been this piece sheared off. I've got this irregular shape, not irregular, it's regular for the shape of the structure, right? It looks like this right here. See, this is all in the same, well, it allows for the same axis, the pivoting, considering it's a bearing point. not sure now. That might be a pad, and these might be rollers. And so this one has that shape. So it comes this. Let me make sure you can see it. Yep, this way. It comes this way, up, over, down, flat, this way. And when I look at the vessel, I need a flat edge. This is so friggin' flat. No rebar sticking out of anything. Or that side. Well, the imagery is so far off. You'd be surprised how things change when they get a better close-up view. Let's get a close-up view and cut to the chase. And there we go. So there's that angle that we saw. That is there, right here. Angle up, and it broke there. It broke part of that, part of the inner part also. On the structure we're looking on the. You can't see them both. Oh, you can actually. So it broke part of that. There's a ship going across it, rubbing there, maybe causing that to shear off the concrete. There's the leg. Impact. Takes out all 4 legs. Takes out all 4 legs. Here's this truss system here, even with this. I mean, it's flush. Can something have gone down inside here? Sure, if that's the caps right there. That's the impact one. That's the impact one right there. It's number 1 impact. Right there too. Let's talk about how close it was missing then. I mean, there it is, the ship. Maybe they're walking down the ship. They see the fracture. It missed it by 20 feet. It might have brushed the side here then because it gets wide. The ship gets wider, but this hits it just by the smallest margin on there. It missed the very nose. He was clearing. See, it missed the nose 100%. And this is where we start shearing it off. See the steel in the structure? It was loaded that heavy that this concrete becomes, having stronger, like your finger just touching on the desk, standing it up, real easy. Now, if I come along with my finger, I can just push your finger off easily. Now, put your finger standing up on the desk and now load it with your weight. Now, I try to push it and I can't. That's the weight of that structure. With those columns, without the weight of the structure, it would knock it without the structure on it, it would just knock it over easily. With the weight of the structure, that becomes that strong finger I mentioned. And now look at it. Look how it's sheared through the steel. Sheared through it. And back to here. Boom. It shifted what did shift it? Because right here is now it looks more like concrete. Now it's the concrete. Look at the rebar. Got it. There we go. That's a good shot. Right there. See the reinforcement? That is the first leg. Now, that's the part that's sheared. There you go. That's what's driving me fucking crazy. It's right in front of us. I'll tell you in a second. Okay. This is so simple once you see it. It takes me this long sometimes. Hold on, guys. I've got to find where you are, so I can tell you. Got to find where you are on the background. Shit, really? Where are you? Give me a second. I'll got some good stuff for you. Maybe you'll figure. I'm giving you also time to figure it out before I say it. Where are you? Found you. Hold on. You guys see it yet? The one thing that's driving me crazy, cognitive. Oh, you hear it, the clap. Cognitive, everybody, do you see it yet? Remember I said this is so clean. It's like, it's so flush. It's so, like it was sheared off. That's it. That is the height of it. Where it meets this meets this. Literally, not figuratively, literally. And it shears it off all the way back to that reinforcement, in fact. It's all gone. That powder, that concrete dust you see go in the air, as one guy said it was dust, so I'm playing words. You see it go in the air? Well, that's it. It sheared it off. That clean. That's concrete. It was like if you could drive a, you know, a million-pound vessel into it, and you had steel leading it. This is what it would look like. That's it. This is it. Cleared. This the impact side. This is the first one. This is the first one. It's sheared beautifully there. Not beautifully. I don't mean it in that way. I mean, but this is the impact piece, I believe, and this is the impact spot. It sheared it off and laid it on the deck at the same time during the collapse, and laid it it on the deck. That's the sheared face. That's the rebar we're looking down here. The drape. You know, I like to use the word drape as one of my descriptive words. And there it is there. There's the drape of rebar, reinforcement in front of you. Right there. That's rebar. Let's see if I can take a screenshot and zoom in for you. Oh, boy. It's exhausting. And my channel's shadow banned. What a fucking waste of life for me, energy for me. Because they you know, there it is there. You see it? There's the reinforcement. That's the rebar. That's the rebar right there, the reinforcement. It sheared right up to the reinforcement, and that last part it couldn't shear away. It just pushed it away in a uniformly manner. In fact, this rebar angle not being clustered together or bent together, however it is, will tell you the angle of incidence of the impact. Right there, that rebar angle. Let's delete that. Oh, wait a minute, cancel. I need to delete the... actually, I'll screenshot my screenshot. Oh, boy. That's the shearing. That's the piece. That's the first column out to there. It's right there. So if that's that one, this one belongs over there because that's the way they connect. They connect, like that up and down. So that's the outer one. It's somehow spun around. All right, I'm sticking with that. At this time, this is my story. I'm sticking with it. I reserve the right to dive into the crazy shit more and find more. And find a different position even if I can. If I can come up with another reason for that shear, I will share it with you. All right. All right, there's the shear. Right there, literally. Not figuratively, literally. And it worked its way right down to there, and the rest of it was the dynamic fluid reactions that go in place right there. Just sheared through that steel. Look at that. Isn't that amazing also? The steel was sheared. The concrete got sheared and vice versa. The weight of it. Remember I showed you the finger thing? Let's go inside now. Let's get inside this vessel. So it impacted that. Impacted that. I'm just trying to think if I can get it to impact this one, and that's the one that's sheared. Yeah, I like that one. Actually, like that one better because that's per the image. So when I see the one in the back, I need to slow the fuck down and correct myself. This is the impact one, I believe. The further one out. So it just missed it. And maybe these fractured off because remember the rebar, the way it comes up. And so it folds over this way. I don't see rebar here. So that could be the bridge. I have to go over the video again. That could be the bridge, part of the bridge collapse, taking out the other two. First impact takes out two, and then it's left with two. This is breaking, but I have the rebar folding this way, I think, in an image. I wish I can get closer because even though I'm saying the rebar looks like it's folding there, you get a close-up shot, and you're like, oh, no, the rebar is totally not folding this way. It's really can reverse that way with photographs. You're 100% sure of this. I'm sure of that rebar up front. But this, I'm saying it's this way, and when you get another shot of it, it's like, it's totally the opposite way. Remember, it's leaning this way instead of that way. But I don't see rebar on this side, so this is going to tell us the story of that. I'm all about the rebar here for this one. It looks like, don't flick over, please. Yeah, it's a tough one. That's Tuffin, Tuffin. It's a Tuffin. So there's a concrete fracture that way. I'm also thinking compression, you know, the impact. All right, this is good to go. This concrete little tie right here that I called a, they're the little mini ties only out there, protection for boats. That's that low scale 1972 stuff. Look at it. It's just a little fucking concrete bumper, it looks like, added to the outside. So when I said, backing up to the other image, when I said that it's a, right here, this is the pile cap. I'm going to retract that as not being a pile cap. Right? Not a pile cap that's very small, incidentally. And I'm going to, would have been very small, and I'm going to change it to, it's just this. And remember, this, we're far away. This is scale. Looks small to us, right? But that shit's huge. So I'm changing it to that now. And there's the, oh yeah, there's the wood on top of it. There's the cribbing on top. Now that means when I go move this further to the right, we should see the concrete hiding behind here. I was butted up to it. It's not on the face. Let's look at that again. Oh, it broke off then. It twisted out now? This looks like it's further out. The ship's out there too. That explains this bow here that's been driving me crazy also. It shifted back towards us. It's two different designs of that bumper system, if you will. Oh, it's on the outside. It's on the outside face of this one and the outside face of this one. It's on the outside. Okay. So then let's call this the bumper system. It's outside, it pushes back, and now that explains this defect, this deviation that was driving me crazy, believe it or not. I was like, why did they put that like that? And this one's chamfered this direction. Why is this one out like that? And I was thinking, I'd like to figure that out. Now I think it's simple as this concrete pushed there and it fractured here, had a moment here. The force is here, the moment is here where it changes the angle position. But what's keeping it in the air and not on the, bending back down? Some redundancy in the concrete and rebar. Let me prove that now. And being pinned, maybe. Also, you pull a ship off, this might fall down. It might be pinned. The vessel might be pinning it in place. Yeah, that isn't outside. No, this looks close now. Even though it's still got this. Maybe they did bump it out like that. Oh, I got the other image again. No, I can't tell. Right here. Yeah, it still sticks out with me. I'd like to see some build images of that in place. Huh. Is this the rest of that? Connecting rebar, we'd have to see a close-up shot. Is this the rest of it to here? I would think not. Why? Because that thing's sheared pretty high. This is a tough call on this one. Let me look at this pile again. Fuck, that ship would be pretty high in there. Whew. I mean, it's sheared off material. It didn't just fall down. All right, let's be clear about this. It did not fall down. Let's be 100% clear. There's no mistake on this part in my part. I'll stand my ground with anybody. This didn't fall down and bend this metal over. This is not visually bent over. There's no bent steel folded over. We see that inside here where this has impacted it. This is sheared, folded back, gone. This is rebar. This is concrete. All right. The bridge structure hit it also. But this is sheared off, not bent over. So that's our impact for sure. So we need to establish some. Oh, I need that. That's the one I need up. The video I want to need up. Wow, you got that screen. I'm looking at your screen. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure you got all of the video. Yeah, you can see it all. Well, I hope you can see it all, right? Where's your damn comments? Let's see. I've got to go back over here again. Load a different screen. Move this one out of the way. And I'm here. Okay, there we go. Oh boy. Now this is folded over and during impact. Well, we can confirm that. We can get closer again. Look for shearing versus impact of the steel. All right, impact folding over. I thought we were supposed to get inside this damn ship with this NTSB shot. Oh, better. I really don't like the idea of the steel folding back over like that. That would tell me it was compressive that drove it down and just folded over and disappeared down into the Neverlands. It's the Never Depths. I really like to see it. I'm looking at this, trying to get my visual on this steel. So this piece would belong here then. Very different piece, very, very unique, and that it looks like it has a little triangle cutout right here. I need to take note of that. Nope, then that means this piece is connected. All right, yeah. Problem is that this is not a this is an upright piece, not a diagonal. See the holes in it? Maybe you can see make out the holes. The hole, I need a piece with the holes is an upright. I would see that an upright. See to the right hole. See the holes? It's an H-beam. I think this is how they work this. So H-beam, and they put the outside tension. I like to think of it as tension because they don't really work in compression. Portholes in there. And then these are solid. You can see the bow in this one. This one looks straight. But so this is an upright. So I'm missing some members between here and here. Can't make out that one yet. An upright by default with the holes in it. See the holes? And here's the steel. Yeah, it's folded over down that way. And all this timber drives me crazy too. Where will the timber come from? You know, sometimes when I work on a structure, the timber will be left or fall, debris, protection. All right, so he's anchored to the, they anchor their little, well, I don't know what the intent of that is actually. I know some of you might say it's oil spill or whatever. Whatever. Hey, look. This is still have this as first impact, but this is all right. So to bend the rebar over like this, so it breaks off and then drops down. So is it inside here? To bend the rebar over, you got to bend the rebar over. You can, if it was straight up and down, you'd have to bend it right there. Just free body by itself. But to bend it over like this and knit with this concrete on it, you need something else. Maybe a piece of steel could have done it. A piece of steel, but what are the odds that it just whacks this and bends over all that steel? The steel does it. Doesn't hit the structure. Well, there's some odds to that. Whatever, because it's in the position it's in. Stop the camera. All right, and there's that shelf. Here also, and there's some debris there. But this is there, which means it didn't, like right here, it looks like a piece of concrete chipped out. So a piece of steel drove down on that. More than likely steel. This one would be what? Ah, fuck, it's gone. It's the drone. They're spinning it so fast, I'm trying to keep track of it. Good news is, you know, they got better images than we do, so they'll be able to place this with numbers. This one's on the deck. It should be numbered. And then the video. Yeah, wait. So yeah, then look at it. Drove sideways. So as it drove it sideways, it grabbed it, snatched it. And as it snatched, this was driving me crazy. Now I know why. Because it wants to impact that further one, shearing it off. At the same time, it was being anchored by the other half of this leg. So the other half of this leg, this one, I'm actually in the wrong orientation. It's these two legs. And I think no, I never mentioned that, did I? I never went that way with it. So it's actually these two legs are together. So impacting this one, this leg comes off. All right, so let's bring that back over that drape. And it just slides it. It drags it across this direction. The ship just drags it off that direction, just dragging it. When it drags it, the rebar shears. What's kind of funny, ironic, is different, very unique, is that how rigid this was. That I would expect a lot more spalling of the concrete on the outer edge, but I guess it's so abrupt at that speed. You just can snatch. It's like putting a pencil in the air on a table again and just snatching it with your hand. It just snatches it off. And even though the pencil might have had some surface tension there, it doesn't matter. In this surface tension, in our case, is this reinforcement rebar right here, and that's the length of it. Development length is, we're looking at it, is from the top tower to the lower tower down here. The starter, I said the starter. So this is the cold joint. So this is the rebar from the top goes down into this section there, to the lower section. And that rebar that goes from the top, I would think this is the cold joint there. And it goes down to the top, is this the length of it? And it goes into that lower section, the piles. And this is the pier section, the upper part, one of the legs. And that's the development length. It snatches it at that cold joint. And not much resistance there. Look, it's only going to go down so much. Remember, this was all designed to be in compression. They weren't thinking too much lateral forces are going to be on it that they had to worry about. You know, some shifting, some rocking they had to worry about. But in general, they thought it was locked in pretty good when you connect the whole system, which it was. 50 years, 50-something years. So now we get that. So down here we should see, if we can get close-up images, the steel of now, because it's going to rust over pretty quick, we should see some shiny, where it rubbed against the concrete, some abrasive to support that. It should be a exposed steel, like a braided steel. Okay, and that's the cold joint. Now that makes sense. That makes sense to me, but what doesn't quite make sense is, let's look at the video of the thing again, the impact, and let's confirm it is the outer. It hits the outer one, right? We do think it's the outer one, right? That's what we all think. Let me find the video again. Can you believe that? No, but it's going to be on the history right here and real close right here. Let's look at this again. Shit, I can't get rid of that. There's the impact. Is that the... See, here are the legs to your left. See how they're there? So if it's that leg, if it's the first one, then I see I can't. I'm going to say yes, that is the first one. Let's think about that first one. Oh, fuck yeah, I like it. 100% like it. Now it explains the fold over. It explains it. Got it. Oh, it explains the remaining rebar. I like it for the first one. All right, let's get to that. I like it for the first one. I'm trying to bring it up. Here's our shear, right? This one. Remember, I have the images of the rolled over. It pushes it that direction towards us. That gives the rotation, a rotation now, because it pushes the rebar. Remember how the rebar on this one's folded over this direction? It impacts it at that angle of inclination. Now that rebar tells us how it was impacted. It shears the top of it, lays part of it on the deck here. Impact flips and rotates it, right? And the bridge also is coming down. Did the bridge also place this here instead? This here, this guy here. Did the bridge. So it rotates it, it fractures. You see the fractures there? Well, if it rotates it, I would see a lot of mangled steel in that rotation, as opposed to if it just shifted it off. So this steel is going to tell a lot how if it rotated or did it shear it off upon impact. So it shears that off. Okay, it shears it off. And what if it still stayed standing for a moment? On three legs. And then as it collapses, the bridge shifts forward and places it here. It's kind of convenient. I don't like it because it places exactly where the shear happened with this one. So I don't like that. I think it pulled it down. I think it sheared it. And let's see if I'm thinking that. Oh, it's shearing. How's it fucking pulling it down? It's impacting and removing at the same time. Impacting and removing. So you hear my brain working. So it's impacting and it comes to a stop. See this? What we see, that explosive moment of concrete in the air right here, this here, is probably it impacting this part of the steel vessel. And poof, it blows it towards us. Probably found concrete all in here also, towards here, where this impacted the concrete there and blew it towards us. We'll probably find some concrete on the deck up here then, and down here maybe. Well, this could be subject to that shear. But that part there, considering it's not water all of a sudden charging up, this is concrete. That's the explosive moment, the shearing of the damn it, so seems like there'd be a lot more left, doesn't it? Compare this height of this. They're together, so we don't have to worry about too much about compression. We got a light for reference. There's a light of the vessel on the flat of the deck. Wow, it's fucking amazing. It seems much smaller now, doesn't it? I mean, this seems much smaller than what's left. This part, and on the back one, I'm going to say it's fuck. It's so hard to see. I mean, doesn't it look like it's this one and that one behind each other? But we know, don't believe your lying eyes, that we know it's set up really like this. These two legs are together, and then that leg and another leg in the back are together. We know that from the real life imagery. So this leg, I want to put it behind. Oh, I need moments before impact. There we go. So I want to put it behind. I want to put this leg behind here. I keep wanting to do that visually. But in reality, this leg, following the water surface as the guide, and this leg and this leg are together. And then there's a beam across the top of them that tie this leg and that leg together, which tying this structure. This view really compresses everything together. It really compresses it. So we watch it rotate. Now it gets dark. She's on the outer side, so it's the first leg. It is the first leg out there. I'll keep coming back to that. Not the outer leg. If it was the outer leg, I would have hell trying to get the bottom leg to bend over with the rebar reinforcement that way. I got to remember that's my bias now, so I got to work from there. There's our impact from my bias, I mean. I know it seems pretty simple to think of it, but I've got to work from my way I work to first try to say no, 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 and then try to say reason why it could be no, and then every time my no comes back with no, it's the other one. Then I hold my ground. This I believe is the outer leg right here. It had some shearing action. Now this ship has a nose on it, I think, right? Like a sonar cone. It has a shearing action. It almost missed it just a few more feet. So this is the contact point, the furthest it was in. So whatever this is from here to the outer edge of the ship here, that's what it would need to finished missing by. Now I know people say it doesn't have thrusters, but there's a thruster label down here, and we'll put it further at the bottom. I think this ship did have thrusters, or somebody had extra paint and painted on the thruster symbol. What appears to be a thruster symbol on the side, each side. All right. Oh, excuse me. So we have shear. That's that one. How the hell do we get this over here? I get it now. It pushes in and shears at the same time. So it's going to start shearing. Well, we see this is in place. So this is the last to go. So if I can put this back. If I can put it back. Wow, that's weird as shit when I put it back. Huh. When I put it back in place, this gets worse. It gets more weird. It gets fucking more weird than weird can be. Hold on. Considering this one is this one, and this is the rebar, if you put this back in place, this has real troublesome to me. Let me put it back in place in my mind. I'm putting it back in place. And I'm sort of hitting this structure from this angle. Yeah, makes sense to me. Then I'm going to get my lateral shift. Because I'm also going to be shifting the top of that head, pushing it laterally off. So that gets me in my roll down. It drops. Before it can drop in clear, it doesn't, before it can drop in, so the ship rolled up on this son of a bitch then. How about that? But then why is it still here? And why is the ship not damaged further down there? The ship did not roll up. It may have rose up while it was shearing. The bow thrusters would be electric. If the ship lost power, thrusters was inoperable. Okay, thanks to Squid Victor. Oh, yeah, they don't talk about the thrusters at all in any of the details, though, online about this vessel. The sister ship, I do have the sister ship, and I love to see them dock now. Of course, we're trying to get to it before it becomes obvious. I'm trying to give the information before it becomes obvious with better photographs. It's going to be much more obvious than what I'm, brain fucking myself with now. Once the better photographs come out. But right now, working with what I have, which is a challenge to me, just think, if the anchor was over here and he dropped it, it would sheared that. Yeah, if you drop the anchor over here, we'll drop 2 anchors. This thing had what? I don't know how many anchors. 2 or 4. 2 anchors. 16 anchors. It had 2 anchors, right? So, so this is not the impact side, is what I'm saying. The rebar. All right, so could have sheared off of here. You don't impact this side and magically make it on the other side and create this beautiful shear on this concrete. So it sheared from here, and this is the part that there was nothing left but rebar and just pushed away, plus the bridge dynamically changing, collapsing. So that's all you get. That's all you get for your price of admission. And that also explains why, remember the impact here in our face, why this, which is driving me crazy too, why is this rebar shifted towards this direction? Why is it like 2 directions, this way and then shifted out? Well, because of the impact of the ship now. So we have a shearing and an explosive event on this one column alone. So shearing at the upper part, impact explodes it like a giant sledgehammer. here's our sledgehammer, the whole vessel, but this also, whatever doesn't shear off, wherever it stops shearing, it shears through here, and then sledgehammer. It's a giant sledgehammer. And that's why we get the rebar, some of it staying in place, some of it shearing off. So there's no way in hell that this is the cold joint up top. I'm saying that as I'm trying to prove that to myself, because cold joints have rebar that go through them. All right, you see the rebar here going past it. All right, so or otherwise it's just a brick on top of a brick with no mortar. So the impact here, wow. My brain's racing in multiple directions right now. It's also about bridge protection. It's going a lot of ways, so you need to stop it. We know it will stop it now. The weight of the structure and all this integration and the steel bridge like this will stop the structure upon impact in this many feet. It still had, well, I'm sorry, the bridge could have pushed it over here too after it did that action. And I'm not sure if, I think it lost all its fucking kinetic energy at that point. When I say all, not until it's fully had stopped does it really lose it all. But this is a sledgehammer, and I think this is our concrete impact from the sledgehammer. Our shearing action taking place. The steel being removed also from the deck. Right there, removed, shearing off. So this is the first, since it's the leading edge, right? If it was here and started shearing, it can't come back and capture it. It could rip it from behind, from back, but that's not what it presents as. It presents as, here's a blue line, and there's there. So the first impact would be up top, and then it would shear and slowly work its way through. So it's not all at once. It's a nice slicing action. So slicing from there. And so remember, this is a column. So it first impacts the column here, and then as the ship pushes forward, it impacts it here, impacts it here, impacts it here, and then here's the steel is missing now. It's folding over. It's peeling back. I don't know where it peeled back. Let's look at this edge. It looks like it peeled it. It looks like it's, with this photograph, again, not close enough. So I'm reaching. So it shears in. But it's a clean shear. It's fucking beautiful, clean shear. I mean, look, it doesn't look like it's folding and hanging off like the other side where this collapsed on it. And there's some folding here. See the impact, how this folded back like a banana peel? And that banana peel is our hammer, which is here. Our shearing took place here. Shear, shear, shear. And this is impact. That's sledgehammer. That's at this time, but the ship is still moving forward. So shear, obviously not enough to stop the ship. Shear, 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 impact, boom, brings the fucking ship to a stop. The bridge starts rotating, coming down. It rips that leg off, that outer leg, and lays it down across the deck. That's a big fucking ship. Shear, 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 rips it, rotates it, and lays that other leg down right on the deck. So right here, the back of this is that top of that pier head. It's still connected. And that means on the other side, I should be able to find with better photographs, so you guys are getting this live, my brain. Better photographs, I should be able to find the bearings up there. And the bearing plate, part of the bearing system, rather. It's not just a plate. Yeah.
Before another one, I have it.
Whew. I wanted to get the NTSB inside video, so let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I can go back to that damn video and just go to their channel. Yeah, that's easier said than done, isn't it? Sorry, guys, got a shitload of tabs open. Let me do two things here. When I say shitload for research on this, it looks like that. It's Oh, that's right. You couldn't see all of that. Let me see what you saw. Oh, actually, you can't see it when I do that. Huh, that's weird. All right, so let's... Oh, fuck. I never made it to NTSB's webpage. There's the problem. I'm still on a TV station. Fuck. Yeah, you think I'd remember the name of the structure. And this one.
Brian Todd and Danny Freeman are both out front live.
Fuck. I would grab the wrong one. I want the real video. I don't want this video in a video shit. What is it? What? NTSB. And 7 minutes. I think that's it. I'll mic them out. Let me see your comments. Sorry if you're commenting at all. Give me a second. I'll move a couple of screens around to see you. Okay, the up bow thrusters. All right. Oh, fuck, it's right there. Pretty shot. All right. And I was so focused on this, I did not... Up. There's some steel bent away. This is bent inwards. That's bent inwards. Okay, so the column's over there. And then remember, the development length is there. See the end of the steel? That's it. That's the development length. That's all of the concrete, the steel that came out of that column. Let's press play again. Oh, yeah, I got the screen too big for you. Sorry. I apologize. Fixing it now. I can see your window. Give me a second. I got to shrink it up more. Okay, I'll go back over that again. Let's go back a touch. Nope, we can go forward. This is what I'm looking at right here. This red, this steel right here, this rebar. All right, with that said, let me get you back to... Wrong one. This one. So this is that what's left of those heads. See where they bent, the concrete's missing off of them on the NTSB shots. You remember there's some concrete missing here. Well, the steel I wanted the length, the development length from here to upwards. And it's not much, as we're going to see when I figure out where the hell that video is again. With these tabs I have open, it takes a second. It's not much, so it doesn't take much to knock this off then. And I think I found it. Let me pull it up in your view, better view for you. And actually, I can do bigger than that. If I'm right, you can see the whole screen now. And let me confirm with your comments that I'm not dropping the ball. And there we go. Okay. So that steel, that development length from that base, the starter, if you will, is not much. And it's not much concrete to take care of. So right there, that's the starter. And she's bent that way. That steel, can you see it? Yeah, I think you can. The steel's bent that way. So the columns went this direction. That's the angle upon impact. I believe this concrete is the one that's in the deck. Yeah, I can work with that. And then that means that steel, the concrete that's left behind this concrete and reinforcement here, this left behind is the other. So that's that upright, right? And the other upright's on the left. And it's on an angle inwards to there, and then it has a girder across it, a concrete beam across it. And the bridge deck sits on that deal across the center of it. So it comes through, it shears off. Let's do some quick little, let's do this. Let's get you the visual. So let's do this one. This one. And then this one. This one's going to be a little smaller. So this one is that one down the bottom here on the right. All right, so the ship approaches. Let's change colors. I'll do the drawing first. So it's lying there. This is the rebar that sticks. All right, let me do the... Really? Let's change that color to this. Now let's change it to this one. Now let's change it to red. That's the rebar there. Now let's bring up that image again. Here's your rebar at the bottom. We see it's that shape. All right, we identify that shape. There's a cross beam going across. There's the other column. All right, the other pier. So cross beam going across, the other pier. This is the concrete. This is on the bridge deck here, this piece. Let's slide this over a little bit. Let me make it a little more complicated. Something complicated, a lot more complicated. Let's see. Let me shrink this down and put them together. Yeah. So this piece, oh, I can't take it off the page. This piece here is... sorry, we're thinking, I'm double dipping, so this is the base, and I'm also using it as a top. So this piece belongs down here, and it's also at the top. This is what the view looks like from the top. So this is the top piece. It's the bottom, rather, and now it becomes the top. And I'll double dip when I'm going to reference both. So, but we have this problem of steel in place. All right, this is one of the uprights. This is an upright, and this is an upright. And we have our ship. Let's put our ship in here now. Okay, so we have our ship. And it's coming in. Well, if I'm shearing across the concrete, let me do this. So if I'm shearing across the concrete, look what's happening here. I just went through my steel, that beautiful steel that's sheared here, and there's some steel left. So can this be the steel then? I just went through it. I just sheared it. Let me move this out a bit. Can that be it? No, it has to be over here now. And yeah, I know it may not like the answer, but I just work with it and let it resolve its problem. So it shears over to there, and the shears over to there, and then we get the explosive force, and she comes to a stop. She shears it, moves it out of the way. How about that? How about if it moves that away? And our impact, our explosive impact, what if it's the one furthest, closest to us? No, that doesn't work for me, because it would have to, they're in line with each other. But that shears, and then I have the one out here being impacted, the explosive force. No, I got this shit in the way. I didn't have to do it before the bridge fell down on it. I just don't have that. I have it as double dipping. It shears the top off beautifully with this, clearly with the shearing on the steel. And then the explosive water / concrete blowing up in our face. What we reserve is really concrete blowing up in our face, and not water splash. Is the concrete being impacted, and that gives us a slight shift. It's just packed it so swiftly that it only shifts it a little bit. But that impact, can that impact be enough to whack it so hard to make this spin around off of its point? I would probably argue yes, based on that rebar development. And then, and remember, the bridge is not connected at the bridge structure. It is. This never happened before, and this is a one-off. So I'm thinking outside the box here. This never happened before. This is connected. This impact, it impacts explosively. You see this here. But that impact's not for free. The kinetic energy comes up to this arm. Let's do this. Let me do this. This becomes an arm, if you will. Ah, shit. Sorry, I'm going to do that. So the force is this way. Right, that's the force. comes an arm. It causes a clockwise. Let me think about that. So that's clockwise rotation. All right. So if that's a clockwise rotation, when I look at that steel at the bottom, it should be also turned clockwise. So this is the way I work to try to work out my issues. And everything matters. All this debris matters to me. So this rebar is originally straight. But if I'm going to impact it like this and this rotates off, I should see some steel rotating in a clockwise rotation. So when I look over here, this steel, I'm going to argue, yeah, I can't imagine the force transferring up the head, down the head, and without it being a rotation. You know, not just sliding it off, because the impact is so great that it said that it was able to transfer that load across the top. This is going to be the impact side, across the top, and just shift this forward, just sliding it forward. I don't imagine that. But the steel might say otherwise. The data might say otherwise. Let's go to the data now. So as we look at this steel here, it definitely has, you know, it's down. So during this rotation, it's also a compressive moment with the weight of the structure going down. Or all the steel we're looking at here is from the bridge coming down, sliding off this steel head, sliding off the head of it, coming down and bending it over. I'd like to see the abrasive steel at the top of this. Is going to be critical on that. It's on the other side of this column, the bridge deck, this bottom here. I actually could get there from here. With this, doing that, I could get the steel in a different formation than actually the bottom of that, of there. I can come up with two different steel positions. This steel position is part of impact. That steel position is part of impact, and some of this is also part of impact. That's why it's flat laying down. The structure fell on it. That's why some of it's flat laying down, and it could even be a secondary break here that I'm missing. This isn't going to tell me shit, in other words. This could be this part won't tell me shit. It could have a different reason for it. Impact of the structure after the fact. See this looped around piece around it? This could be part of the structure bending us down. It would tell if they cared about metallurgy enough to get out there and look at it to see if it's been scraped by steel or if it's just bare concrete. Now, if they got close-up photographs, we'd be able to tell that. If we saw shiny steel, we would know that steel impacted it. If we saw shiny rebar, that means missing with the concrete and it's just kind of abraded, like this guy over here. It would be able to tell us did steel hit it. All right, and some of the steel would be probably deformed, and at the very end, it would impact it. It would be impact part and then slide out. So it would indicate differently, unless it impacted the concrete and then fractured it off and slid it off. This is concrete that's been pulled off. All right, it's impacted. There was definitely another moment here, another impact, whether it be from the bridge collapsed on it, which I think there was. And I'd argue this is the guy, even though it's underneath. I'd argue this is the one. This is the one that did the impacting, and that is an upright. Look, see the holes in it? That would not be a strong piece. A very, considerably strong compared to the other. Let me see the orientation. Now it's in the H-beams. It's in the web design, so the web format. And I do have crumpling here. A lot of buckling. Look at it. A lot of buckling. And we don't have anything else to explain that buckling, like another part of the bridge above pushing this down. Not this time in that photograph, because this doesn't look, deformed or impact. So we do get separation. We get this torn off. Oh, am I missing the entire piece? I like to see the rest of this upright. I don't think I am. It looks in line with that. I'll come back to that. Let me look at this one. So this has a gusset plate there. So on my line of thinking, if that was impacted, the gusset plate wouldn't be very strong there to continue that, to transfer that force we need as much. So let's move away from that for a minute. I need to take on more information. Oh, this is the bridge material. Oh, fuck, there it is there. It is draped. This, much better image, this is what I was looking for. This part right here that I can't see clearly, remember I said photographs, they just really hide a lot of shit until you get up close and you see it's totally different than what you thought. Well, it's not quite that. It's not totally different, but it's much more clear and defined. That is not, no, that's fucking, wait a minute. That's not bridge decking. Is it? See, originally I thought this was bridge decking, like here in the bottom. That's when I originally saw this piece. I thought it was bridge decking. And you can see the steel, how it's all pulled down like that. So this was just, something was on there, was a slab maybe, and just boom. And this acts, interesting enough, rebar is also the defect in reinforcing concrete, because they create a perforation through them by design. The concrete does. This is why some engineer here tried to challenge me. He said he was intelligent. He could outsmart me. He said he has 2 degrees in architecture or 2, and he could outsmart me, I think his wording was. And I said, I'll tell you what, you got 2 masters in architecture. I just hand that over to you. You got that. You want to come here and mess with me with engineering? You bring it on. We can do a live video, and we can, the audience will love it. They'll come out the better for it. And we'll do a live video, and we'll see what your understanding is. And he said something to me. I said, you have to understand, I'm way beyond, the engineering as it is now is what I'm trying to. I didn't tell him that, but I said, you learned whatever you learned in school, and you still believe it. I'm way past that. I know the real world. I know real world behaviors that ACI doesn't talk about, that on collapses, how it really fail and what it really looks like, and not how it's supposed to behave in a damn finite element model program. I mean, look at this here. This might be a concrete slab that came off. Now, if you see it, the perforation I talk about, there's rebar in 2 different directions. Now, think of the perforation, the internal mat, whether it be vertical, horizontal, down here like this or not. I don't care. It's when you put that rebar in there, you're creating a layer, a break that works only when the concrete is all stable and bonded and there's a good paste, a good bond between one matrix, it's a matrix, one piece to the next, from the sand to the mortar, from the mortar to the rock, to the mortar to the rock and sand together. All right, and whatever other, so they put in there, this is 1970, whatever mixed design they had. And it only works however the mortar can hold it together. And what happens here is that this impact, this shattering impact, a sledgehammer, revealed that how this would behave. The perforation between this was all solid concrete. Separated a sheet of this concrete because the sheet, if you think of it as layers, if I were to put a rebar, let's look at a top. Let me do one more of these. So let's look at this as you're looking at the top of a column now. I want you to think of. You can think of a slab deck, anything. You can think of it anywhere, but I want you to do this. This is a column. Oh yeah, it's gonna give me some problems. I need to make a bunch of these. So this is reinforcement. All right. Oh, I got another image that's better than this, but this the little mini lectures this way. It's better. So this is the rebar going all the way through. All right, spaced every 6 inches. Let's say back then, 1970, circa 1970. Oh, I guess I can do some real life overlapping for you too. And then he overlaps some steel. All right, so that the steel didn't go all the way. And actually, I like that overlap. And I guess I should have move this one up, move that one down, move this one here. You're starting to get my point now that this is one layer, and there's tons of layers in this guy here. If I could take a knife or a hammer and need this guy here. So here's I'm trying to visualize the hammer first. I'm going to give you a claw hammer there. So if I could take a hammer and bang it and bang this guy here, impact it, I could make this thing come up. I got to make that a little bigger, right? Bam! I could drive through there and shatter it and separate these pieces because this rebar is in line all the way up. It's one thing about engineering. They love the spacing equally spacing all the way up. Well, that works against you upon impact because now you've revealed your greatest strength, your greatest weakness. There's some rebar going the other way. All right, there's rebar going the other direction. It's on top of this concrete. It doesn't matter. As long as I can impact part of that sheet, I can pull off this rebar with that. If I can get between there, think of it as an impact. And I think we're looking at one of the impacts I'm just describing to you here. That somehow this layer took a rattle, and that's why we look what appears to be concrete behind it. I don't think it's asphalt because it's concrete, rebar. And so rebar doesn't have asphalt doesn't have rebar in it. So this is concrete. And so what you're looking at is, wow, the concrete behind there. And that looks like one of my overlaps I described, right? The ends of it right there. It looks like that's where it would have been overlapped, and maybe I'm reaching there. Maybe it'll get closer to it. But upon that impact and failure, you're looking at all this rebar. Look at how it is. And this rebar doesn't get there on its own. It has to be put in that position. And it could be something as simple as the concrete just falling down. You know, it was shattered and it held for a while and then fell down and slid off. I mean, it was all concrete. They didn't place this concrete. This is not a cold joint, and then they placed the other layer on top. This is how it shattered. It's a beautiful thing. And this is more like cover concrete. And I'm not 100% sure it's at this point, if it's for our column or not. And let me pull it up again, the column. Where'd you go? Got it. But I don't know what else is hanging out there like that. I don't know what else is hanging out there. So I think it's the cover concrete here that you see shattered off. And that rebar is on the other side of this. And it's folded down. So what appears... Oh, okay. I can move it to the left. So right here, what appears to be like a slab is really, I think, this. And we're looking at how it behaved. Whether you like it or not, this is how wrapped around the corner there. And that might be just a protective layer of paint or something like that. See that white part? And the true concrete's down here. It's exactly what you see, whether you like it or not. And that could have happened to an initial impact. This initial right here. No, because it rotates. And the steel rotates, I mean. That also has another moment, its own story to tell. So that looks like that's the column that belonged over there. And this is our development length. If I were to put this rebar back out, lay it out, that's the development length. I think I would see, oh, this is it here then. This is the actual outer layer. This layer, this drape, I think is this drape here also, but further down. So it's the outer, where's my drawing? It's the outer part of here, of the outer wall, the longer rebar. Interesting. it is the outer surface. It's not made up, that I'm telling you, because there is no inner surface. I mean, you're looking at the inner surface. There's no other outer layer that we're missing. That's it. This is the end of it, and that's the cover. And looking at that steel after all these years, 50 years, it looks great. This looks pretty damn good also. And it just took an impact and rolled and laid itself on the deck, which is friggin' awesome also. So this would be the lower part then. This is the upright. This is that upright. Oh, we could triangulate this easily. This is where, on the real deck, going down the structure, see it right here? Now, if you were to go to Google Maps and went up the structure, we would be able to triangulate, and this video's too long, right? I can't do all this shit. We would be able to triangulate exactly where this is, because these are outside the structure, and we'd be able to see it with Google Maps here and here. Now we would know exactly what piece of steel this is. We would know exactly where the height is, and we'd probably see the gusset plate. So let me take a photograph of that. If somebody doesn't hyena me, that means they come over here, they take my content, and they do a video going, look what I found, which they do in forums of my channel. And I don't get any fucking credit. I don't get anything from it. I get the shaft. All right, so let's go. And YouTube, they just fucked me over. Fuck them. Piece of shits. Yeah, there it is now. There's the cover. Now it reveals itself. Now, we can get this through impact too, like again, a hammer again. So we could just get a piece of steel, because it looks like it's kind of clean here. So if we can get a piece of steel falling from this and impacting here, we might be able to get our shatter that goes two directions, and then it slides down, and then here's a cluster of them together even. So that's kind of weird too, that they clustered and rolled. So, not weird, it is exactly what it is. It's just fascinating. So when it shattered. So I think this is impact of the steel, the door to collapse, that the steel impacted. And if I'm going to pick on something, maybe I'll pick this piece here. So I just laid on the deck and the bridge came down on it. I think it smashed it. That's that hammer, a piece of steel smashed it. Maybe up to right there, a nice clean little break. Smashing it, it shatters the concrete off. So no longer sliding off, it just shatters it down to this layer. But also at the same time, it slides down and it rolls the steel. It slides down because the steel is not just, I think to get closer shot. Is it clustered or is it rolled over? But it repositions a lot of steel that's up here. So it delaminated some of this further up. Is that our impact steel? I mean, it's proximity, but it doesn't mean it's the steel. Remember, it could be... What the fuck? Scared myself, guys. Let me see what the hell I just dropped. Because if I don't find it now... Yeah, if I don't find it now, I'll forget I dropped something. It's a battery. And then the battery took out my SD cards. Sorry. I don't know what's going on here. It's like my table is vibrating. It's an electric table. And I just felt, I'm talking to you guys and I'm thinking and I put my finger underneath the table. Oh, it's a damn hard drive vibrating the table. And it over time, that vibration worked that battery over to the edge. It then pushed off, kept rolling and rolled off the SD cards in front of it, plowed it off. Isn't that amazing? That's their butterfly effect. That little vibration adds up to that happening. So here we go. So that's that. Oh boy. Wow, there's still a lot of people here. 46 of you guys. So let's continue. Let's get up now. We got a closer. Here's our concrete. Here's our hammer. Now this concrete on the deck explains itself. When I saw this video first, now it explains itself. Remember the impact, the hammer, and there's definitely upright. Look at the chamfer. And then there's the impact again. It broke and exposed some steel. There's the chamfer. We need to duplicate that chamfer. It's bias on my part. That means I'm not supporting it. I don't have data to support it until I actually support it with real other data. So here, that's what I talk about photographs wise. Here, you can't even see the fucking chamfer. Now we know where to look. It's here. It also means when this came in the cut, it probably hit the chamfer first, maybe option. What the stuff's still falling down. Okay. Give me a break, will you? Taking off today. So the photograph I'm looking for is, where are you behind us? Okay. Here. Chamfer. Right there, chamfered. I saw this chamfer, and then here it is, continuous. Chamfer. Right there. Cold joint. Even though it's a cold joint, this reinforcement was much greater than down below. It's well, let me put it this way. The impact didn't do anything. Now, part of that rotation thing, maybe that's where we get our spalling. See, no moment back here, or maybe it's just the impact. Here's our concrete along top of the deck here, the rail. Oh, it's just coming together, and I've got it, and there we go. There's our column. And a lot of it is impact damage from the structure. There's that layer I talked about, how it can come off like a sheet, and there's the rebar just bent over. And that's significantly a piece came down, because look how far that rebar bent over. Remember, it would have been straight, not in this position. So this rebar was way up here and at this column, and it bent this far down. So whatever, if you follow this down, you should be able to find the piece that did that. Okay, looking at the rebar itself, it's got great bond. It has paste all the way through it, presentedly at this distance. This is where that rebar was. Remember I said it carries perforations? Look at the proof of it there. See, the rebar's away, but the lines are left behind. That's that perforation I said. And this is why I said that I'm the only engineer talking about this stuff. No other engineer is cutting it like I'm cutting it. And that's a problem. That is a problem. That means that engineering is not advancing. It's whatever ACI says. That's for you guys don't know, American Concrete Institute. That's followed around the world, even in India, which I follow a shitload of Indian engineering and participated in it. I've had an opportunity to participate in some Indian engineering, if you will. They use a different code, but they also blend ACI into it. ACI is a death of engineering as it is. It's terrible because current day NTSB has investigated, for example, with the Champlain Towers collapse. 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the investigators, the head 2 investigators, structural guys, were both board members or sitting seats on ACI. They didn't advance it. One of them was a professor, the one that the head guy there, he's the professor. And in a school of engineering was, and then he did this thing here with the he took the victory lap with NTSB for himself, and he doesn't have the knowledge that I have. And this guy's supposed to be teaching it. I've seen his classes. I've followed him for quite some many years on his published uploads, and I'm just shake my head because one thing it takes to explain this, it just ruins all your engineering school. It ruins you like, fuck, no, that doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. You can't put this in a finite element program to explain this collapse. All right, it can't do it. It would just, it doesn't have the knowledge. You got to teach it. But this is how it really behaves. When you lay all that rebar in there, you create these perforations in there. Now, they're perfectly okay, again, like I said, as long as you don't have that impact. As you can see, they cannot take impact. So using concrete piles, dolphins in the water, does it make sense? No, it can't take impact. No, you need some way to reduce speed. What do they do for trucks? You have runaway ramps. This is a ship. It's a runaway ship. You need some type of runaway ramp for the ship. And that may include, big ass, what do you have for cars? If you know it in engineering, in cars, you just don't go up to a bridge and impact it. Those embankments are part of stability, but part also for a little bit of a runaway for cars to decelerate. But have you ever seen the guys make a mistake and hit those parts by the bridge, and they fly over the bridge. They'll hit it, and then clear the entire bridge and come down the other side. And I think the 2 cars that I've ever seen do it on videos lived. And I'm like, what a fucking Evel Knievel shit was that? So they need to do some Evel Knievel shit. Nothing to run the bridge, pull it up onto a bridge and then into the cars. But some type of runaway ramp or it needs to be created. Not, I can stop a ship with concrete. That's just fucking crazy. Or you just need to have escorts, and those, the girl down the street that I hired, the escorts. No, I can't help my humor, guys. It's weird. Including me having fun with making some people believe I'm really a racist. I know I'm leaving the comments kind of hanging out there, making you think I'm a racist. I'm not, but I like the idea of my psychology of it. So to see how people react, who comes out of the woods. So it's interesting. Who's triggered? It's psychology. I enjoy it. I can't help myself. So the escort I used the other night, right? She was perfect. Oh, wrong story. The escort the ships, and why I also say stuff like that is I want you to remember it. So the escort the ships up to the bridge. They have a law in Maryland says you have to escort beyond the bridge and up to the bridge and transfer to a pilot with the tugs. But they don't have a law that says you got to escort to the other side of the bridge with the tugs. It's a close harbor. You can do it. It's no big deal. Now, so you must have now that we know that there's a chance, and when I say chance, I mean it's 100% chance that it can happen because we're talking about it now. That a bridge can lose power close to hypothetical. It can lose power close to a bridge, and if it does that, it can run into the piers and take out the bridge. That's just a hypothetical until it's not. So now that we know the worst hypothetical, short of the guy just turning the ship into the bridge and crashing it. How about think of that then? Let's think of somebody now when you build a bridge. Think of the guy who wants to fucking ruin the bridge. Make it so he can't. Make some form of deflection. Make some things that, wait a minute, they used to stop boats in World War II. I know where I'm going with this, guys. They used to stop boats in World War II. And what would they put in the water? These big-ass fucking pieces of steel there that would rip the boat open. All right? Rip the fucking boat open. If you want to be really nasty about it, put a fucking landmine underneath the goddamn water and say, landmine's here. See how many boats hit the goddamn piers then. Landmine's right there. See how many boats. Yeah, I'm being facetious a bit, but I am talking about ruining the fucking boat rather than bridge. Because these boats have limited liability, right? So fuck them. Blow them the fuck up if you can. Smitty, a friend of mine, he died. He used to say, he used to always tease me about how they get the doctors used to always say to him, meaning me, how did Kai get such a big heart in his chest? How did they get it in there? Teasing me because I'm so fucking ruthless sometimes. Well, he came up with one once. I'm going to give Smitty came up with one. How we were just talking about how would you stop the speeders? He said they should have it like when you hit like 80 miles an hour. Out of nowhere, like they, it clocks you, and it says, that lane there has got 80 mile an hour car. Fucking, we call it a bullet comes up out of the road, boom, and you just drive into it. It's like, all right, he won't be speeding anymore. So it's sort of the same thing I'm talking about here. So these people will never drive into it because they're limited liability. There's no reason, there's no encouragement, especially with Biden saying, I'll fit the bill. 100% of it's on me. So, and that means the taxpayers, shit like that. So you got to make it so you just wreck the car, wreck the boat, wreck the car, wreck the boat. I told you earlier, I tie all the stuff in. The guy that I showed jumping, he cut the structure, and it fell down. He died, and I said, good. He'll never kill another person. He won't be that because he could have killed other people on the ground doing his crazy shit up top. So it's good. It's it's Darwin working it out. Remember, death is something we're all going to have. He just shortened his own life, all right? It's a limited lease. We never die. 100%, I'll never die tomorrow. 100%, I won't die yesterday. They don't exist. Today is a 100% chance I could die today. There's 0 chance I can die tomorrow, and there's 0 chance I can die yesterday. But my chances are 100% I will die today. And then if I make it through today, then it becomes 0. And tomorrow, there's a 100% chance I'll die once I'm living tomorrow. And tomorrow's an illusion based on time, being that it stops at midnight and tomorrow begins. That's just fucking, it's a construct, as the people on the left would say. It's made up. Your life is a continuous stream. Don't believe it stops and starts at midnight every fucking day, all right, people? Stop believing that. Yes, I told you, I love psychology. It's part of my goddamn channel. It's part about life. Don't believe this shit. It doesn't stop at midnight and starts again at right after midnight, which incidentally, midnight drives me crazy because midnight is what? Is midnight the day before? Is it the day after? But midnight only lasts infinite amount of divisions of 1 second. Being in 1 second is going to be the next timeline. You can divide it up to how long is midnight? And midnight changes anyway, guys, because I think we have more days in a week than they let on for the sun, for the rotation of the sun and all that. And I think they change through time. As we say, global warming now, well, maybe you got to adjust your calendar to this, and then it'll all tie in. If I don't believe the distance to the sun and the earth are constant. It's a change. And right now we appear to be a little closer to the sun. Or you believe that your farts from a cow and your farting is heating up the fucking planet. And yet I can prove that wrong simply by saying you look at the ozone layer that they said has got a hole in it. Turns out, well, that hole opens and closes in size and diameter over the years. Open and close, depending on its demand. I think it's just a chimney. It opens up. This world is perfect. We're the only ones that try to fuck it up with our constructs, trying to say it's exactly this. That it's global warming now because the temperature was this fucking 10 years ago. The temperature must be this now, or it's global warming. We never lived this time before. Never, ever has ever human ever lived in this time that we're in right now. You and I are sharing the exact same time that no other human in the future will ever live. The only human in the past that's dead will ever live. And so the current assholes of the current future are saying that because we've never lived this time must be exactly like the time that just existed, 30, 40 years ago when it was snow in the winter, what we call the winter time. And now it's not. It's a lot less snow. It's still making up for it. It's equilibrium. You can never throw anything out of equilibrium. It's always finding equilibrium. The weight of this, and that'll tie in. Everything I do ties in. It's so simple. The weight of this is in equilibrium right now. I fell asleep hours ago. Just woke up and the stream's still going. Hey, Tiffany, I keep going. I'm for anybody who doesn't know, I have a problem with sleeping. I have to take drugs to go to sleep, or I'll be up for 5 days in a row. And my brain is just as sharp until that one point when I'll get hallucinations. And that doesn't happen much, but let me tell you, if you ever get to the point where you have hallucinations, now my hallucination is weird. It's sort of one repeated thing that comes back. Those fucking little orange candies you had, I don't know if they're Halloween, those little orange, I'm talking about the peanuts. The peanuts, the little squishy orange peanuts. Well, imagine this is what so mine is more audible because it's, I guess my hearing needs to, my eardrums need to relax because that will be heard in my skull. Like almost like, it reminds me of that. I visualize like that peanut, not visual hallucination, but that's what I visualize with the squishiness that I can hear. So it's my, no, not candy corn. It's the, I saw you just now. It's the damn peanut, those orange peanuts. It's like that in my mind. Now, I squeeze those peanuts in real life. They don't really sound like that, but that's what I visualize. It's like, well, you need to trash the ship, but now we need to know what ship we need to trash. Whatever's coming out of that port, and the port should not be allowed to take a ship. That's in response to a question to the right there, guys, in the comments. Is now build the islands around the ports to protect them from ships. So as it progresses, remember this worked perfectly well until these large ships came in. And then they did that. They never did increase the protection of the bridge. They did in some respect, saying that you got to have an escort coming in and the pilots, that was their protection. But turns out that doesn't work when your ship runs out of fucking power. You can have the skill on the board that knows the lay of the land, but it doesn't mean shit when you got a fucking cannonball running towards your structure. So now we got to think of, well, that doesn't work. So you either got to use escorts every time out, tugboats, which creates jobs, which I like. I like the idea of jobs. And they can make all those tugboats out of electric. Yeah, I'm trolling my ass off now. So they can make electric. That's those ones, Tiffany. Ew, Tiffany. It's like a peanut. Tiffany, you go back to sleep, girl. You go back to sleep. You showed me that damn thing. Anyway, I've only had that candy corn, as you guys say, that damn thing. It maybe happened 4 times. I've gotten away with it a few times. I've had a crash like 4th, 5th day where I decided I just can't take the fucking sleeping pills either. Because the sleeping pills will give me some vivid dreams. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Really? And it's my dream, and I get hijacked in my own dream. So the sleeping pills, boy, I told my friend about it. He said, oh man, I had some the other day, sleeping pills. And he's like, his vivid dream was crazy too. So, so back to and so how I can get to sleep is rain. That's why I've been looking for a waterfront property forever. And I blew that last one by a matter of hours that it closed the deal. And I was pissed. I did all the research on it, made sure I could do this, build on it this way differently. And the guy was going to call me if another offer came in so I can say whatever they're going to say. And I was just working out one little minor detail. That is, it's in the bay, and it turns out that section of the bay, if you look at the Army Corps of Engineers, it might have some unexploded ordnance in the water. Yeah, I said that. Unexploded ordnance is in the water. So that bay is, and it's also it was a refuge for horseshoe crabs, but it was right on the water, and I could hear that water, and I just calmed down when I hear water. And believe me, I need that. I've been looking at houses that they're expensive as shit. A lake is nice, but that water is just. I tried the Audible thing. I'd use the videos for you guys and all that. I'm taking mine. This is an intermission now, since we crossed the line to something else. We'll get back to this. So what we got here? Comments. Let's see. Just do the math. If there are 4 weeks in a month, at 12 months in a year, right? And a year and 52 weeks. 4 weeks times 12 is 52. Yeah, I agree. 4 times 12 is 52. Yeah, I'm having fun cognitive. So, it's kind of easier to do the math than that. I'm trying to remember it because I did this years ago. It's actually documented on their government websites. If you're going to start talking conspiracy and crazy stuff, you got to make sure the government's the crazy one. Remember, that's how you do it. So if you call me crazy, I'm going, don't call me crazy. I just got it from the website, such as that. The ozone thing, that's from the government's website. So you can't call me crazy, or you're calling the government crazy. It's and they have an interest to keep that secret. I did a video on it where I show the ozone, how they'll do I gotta find it maybe, but I show that the ozone, they block it on their own map. Come August, where it opens up, all of a sudden they leave like 3 months out, and then they show back that you can find the charts again. So they no, public can't see that. It's crazy. And yet then you see the ozone, it's still open up, but it opened up more in the summer. But no, all of a sudden, those charts aren't available. And it's so funny, but you see which way it was going, the trajectory. And then on the other side of the trajectory, you see it higher. So you know it went up high and then dropped. And yet they don't have the decency to respect somebody being able to figure that out and just not put the chart up at all. Don't have it where I can show that you're fucking hiding the stuff, but it's the amygdala, guys. The amygdala, if you guys don't know, is part of the brain that won't let you lie. Like, you can't look at this. Now, you're a true narcissist, a true sociopath if you can do this. If anyone can tell me the color of this hat, right here. You look at the color of this hat, and you know the color now. Tell me the color out loud to yourself. Well, tell me in the chart. Tell me in the comments. I'll wait this few seconds. Tell me the color of this person's hat. Right in the comments. And then I'll show you how the amygdala is so simple. It protects the human. It protects the human on everything, including lying to yourself. If you lie to yourself, you'll know you're lying to yourself, and you'll keep it. You'll keep it. Let me look at it. It's just one of the things that the power went out 5 minutes later. Nobody would have heard of it. And Marcel. Oh, Marcel's the other guy, and the NTSB person. So I think it's Marcel, right? Something like Marcel. Yeah, it's true. It's that butterfly effect. If only, if something didn't go wrong. It's probably an oil filter. It's clearly orange. So look, Marcel, so in the amygdala, Marcel gives and he takes, or she takes. Marcel, right? So, sorry. So it says it's clearly orange! Exclamation point, which it is. It clearly is orange. So so if I were to tell you it's white, then that would be contrary to Marcel. But okay, so Marcel at the same time that he's in Marcel's wording, the exclamation point, and saying it's clearly is saying that don't be stupid, it's orange. And that's the part that you got to key on of the amygdala. It will always give away the person's true statement, because if it was orange, Marcel would just say orange. If it was white, you say white. But when you add the extra qualifiers to it, sometimes, all the time, it will be like you can't say it's the wrong color. See, Marcel says laugh out loud, just joking. So you can't do that. You can't leave it at orange. That's the amygdala part. So Marcel, I'm glad the delay happened in the mic of our communication. Right. Marcel has to take it back. He can't leave it out there as orange. You got to retract it. Only person that can is a sociopath. And a sociopath can say, I can ask a sociopath, tell me this is green, and mean it. And they can say it's green. And they never come back to saying, now why the fuck you ask me that? Why do you want me to say it's green? They have no problem with saying it's green and then moving on. Only a sociopath can do that. They are just wired differently. That their amygdala doesn't protect them against lies. It doesn't care. Their amygdala is suppressed. They don't. That's the thing about it. They can do that and not care. All right. So now let's get back to the ship. So this here is so the amygdala with the NTSB and the engineers. I'm talking about the real engineers, the ones that are teachers and now working for NTSB, for Champlain Tower South. They couldn't come here and admit that they've been wrong all these years because they got so much invested in ACI. They can't abandon ACI. ACI just clearly states the deck had rectangular array on the Champlain Towers collapse, that the columns were out of position for the load bearing of ACI's codes of that day and currently today. And yet they're doing all this smoke and mirror shit about might be the building. It's in their own code book. They got a code book expert there also that just reads the code book and knows the code, how to reference. You just reference in the code book. Engineering, the PE exam here, it's a damn book. You're referencing a book. It's not what you know in your head. All right? It's how quickly you can reference. So this piece of steel here, what does this tell you? That somebody came and cut it? No, we know that's not true. That somebody ran out of steel that day? Well, steel's got a certain length. That's not true. Well, it tells us it's at a interesting going back in time in engineering now. The engineers would be able to catch on more, should be able to catch on more than what I'm about to, They should be able to look, any engineer in this topic should be able to look at this. Like the guy that said he's going to out-engineer me, I would say, tell me about this piece of steel here then. It's just a fucking piece of rebar. Well, it's more than just a piece of rebar. It tells its own story of the years it was installed. They came around the corner here, and they terminated the steel here. They didn't put it in the 135 degree. They expected 135 degree, which means it would be more of a torque action. The structure was going to be in torque stresses when you wrap it around at 100. And I'll give you, I can bring this over and use that. So it would look like, so I'm going to do this. I'm sorry, I'm using a mouse pad, so it's kind of I'm going to step in here so the yellows don't blend. So there you go. So that would be reference torque. So that if that rebar looked like that, I'll go, oh, okay. But they didn't expect any torque, so the rebar, when it went around, when they wrapped it, it went like that. You know, it just came around the corner, doop, and stopped. That's it. That's cool. That's cool. It's legit. The structure wasn't expected to be torqued, rotated. This helps with that to keep it together, to keep it from separating. See the overlap? Now, if you torque it, rotate this, try to spin it, this is going to be more, it's got more development left. See the going into the concrete? They don't teach this shit in school, guys, what I'm teaching you right now. This is stuff that I'm teaching you that you'll be better than fucking engineers out here. That this is embedded in concrete. Don't think of it as just rebar bent this way and it just makes sense that it won't bend out. No, it's also embedded in concrete with the weight of above concrete on top of it, which also means that the closer you get to the top, the less effective this is, based on the loading. And now this one is not embedded in concrete. So if I had concrete around here and I went to spin this, rotate it, you would see that this might not really hold up as well. There's no embedment in the concrete. This is actually together, but touching each other. So let me delete two of those. Let me go back and back and back and back, and I'll leave that like that. So here we can look at it. Okay, so they wire tie it even, but this didn't. This can pull away easily. It's only a wire tie at this point, and yes, it's got concrete paste on it, but it's nothing to hold that to get these two together. They were in contact. There'll pretty much be no paste between there. I just made to pull this away and see that there's no paste there. If there is, I can say, okay, well, there was some spacing between there, but now look to see if paste was on it. Yeah, paste got there. But we can look at this and see that it wasn't pulled away. So, and if this impact down, the steel should be upwards, right? Not draping down. The steel is obviously rigid enough. This is a big chunk of concrete too, you got to realize. That's a separation from the next layer of concrete. And if we can look at that, we can see that maybe that's 5 inches. So now we can start extrapolating, going, okay, the outer cover, they put 2-3 inches of concrete on. It looks like here they went to 5. So let's see if they did 5 further back. Okay, so we can start, seeing how they built it. And the steel is awesome. You can grab the steel and go test it and probably recycle it. Fucking quality, 1970 quality steel there. Wasn't that the same time that they built the trade centers? Isn't this ironic? Our 70s stuff is coming down. And also all the brickwork in New York City. I would love to do videos for you on that one. All of the brick has now shown itself to be about its timeline. It's dying now. All the brick houses. If you got one in New York City, sell it. Or really get it structurally checked out. It needs to be plumb. If it's not plumb, you might have one that might be going south. Get hold of me. I'll drop it to New York and check your property out. I like bricks. I like stonework. Stone is a lot more difficult to evaluate, but it can be. So this tells you that this didn't get engulfed in whatever this thing was. Yeah, the impact shattered the concrete off of it. But this looks like the last piece of rebar above there. Okay, it's the outer piece of rebar. What are we talking about here? Stirrups. And we come down here and we find them. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the other one. This looks about the same spacing if I go up. So 5, 6, and maybe 7 here. Maybe it slid down just a little bit. Maybe it's supposed to be there and slid down a little bit. Maybe it's supposed to be up there. So it's the stirrup system. So now you got it. Now you have this impact happen. And why is it so clean here? Somebody came with a saw and no, again, the perforation of the rebar does this. The sudden impact, hammer impact will get this breaking off like this. All right, and I tell people to break up. I did a video showing me breaking up concrete or slab, and I said, watch how I find the rebar. And I found the rebar in all the in the slab, and I said, watch how I can smash at the rebar location and use its own, that is the strength as its own weakness upon impact with the hammer, with the sledgehammer. It shatters. It's easy. It shatters. Just hit where the rebar is. I use that. That's not taught. That's not taught at all. People just think you drilling here, trying to break this apart with equipment. Line up with the damn rebar and smash at the rebar. You're gonna get a force multiplier like this. Impact will just shatter all this shit off. Okay, I've been looking at this for a few minutes now. Let's go on. There's a plane, a fracture. And the stirrups are broken here. So this burst the stirrups. Remember the stirrups I showed you? You don't see any stirrups here. So the stirrups are been made to, what do you call, unalive. They're disappeared. Okay, let's stop here. What is the fuck is this? This is our impact. This is our fucking hammer. Look at this. Dum, 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 dum. Look at the steel, the concrete. I can't ask for better to explain to you what I mean by this. I could, but this structure, no. So this one he hit kind of squarely, but these had the better impact. They're very straight too. This is good data. So this one is in line, but it's the anomaly of them in line with the outside of this, what presents as steel. And wow, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it might be my bearing plate for the bridge. Yeah, they're not small, guys. These things are fucking monsters. All right, this might be my piece. I just don't have it in the right position in my mind to make this work. It should be on up here, not here. So what else would it be? No, it didn't rotate. So there's the concrete, there's that, right? See, come up. No, it's just a piece of bridge decking. No, it's bridge decking. It's fucking huge. And it's got that going on. And it's not bridge deck, it's something else, because this is smooth, no concrete, nothing to integrate it with the concrete. This is something else. I'd like to try to figure out before I can go further in the image and find it. Well, we know this is a chamfer, that's the outside leg. And then it was straight, and now it's bent over. This is the part that's laying on the deck now. So I'll show you that again. So we know that this is the chamfer, the leg. So there's the chamfer, the leg. It's the bridge deck. It's the bridge decking. There it is there. That's what we're looking at. It smashed it. That's the floor beams going across. And that's this. So this goes up and then lays flat now. See, it's flat, different angle. How about that? It goes in this direction. So we got two angles we can look at. This angle would be continuous, but it's not because this came down and impacted it. So now we have a reason why this is even in this position. All right, that was impacted by the bridge deck. And so it might have been straight before the bridge deck hit it, or yeah, and then the bridge deck came down, impacted it, and it shattered this off like a baby. Look at it's all shattered off. And it might be only right behind it by a foot or 2 feet right behind the collapse. You know, it could be, you know, real close behind it. And there's your impact. Look at this this wire chase. Yeah, but it was, no, I'm going to say it's more than 3 feet. I mean, look at the impact. It fractured that much concrete. One blow. It only had one chance, right? It didn't bounce up and down. And when it did that, oh, the concrete ejected off. We're looking at some of it here. The wheelbarrow, whatever the hell this is, and then that folded the steel over. What's this direction? So then it hit it, and it folded over towards us, I believe. Towards us, like a flap. The back to beyond the stirrups, because they burst off. The stirrups are gone here. They burst it. See the stirrups? They were to burst those. They burst the concrete, obviously. And this rebar is a layer here. That's the last layer out. So that layer of rebar, I don't see another layer behind it. So that layer was inside here. And this rebar here was inside this track here, I believe. And upon impact, it ejected it this way, towards us. And here is the shape of it that resulted in that impact, including this piece here pushing it. You see how that piece is pushing the steel forward? Well, that pushed that. They did all that way and pushed it here. Some of it exploding into sections here. But I think it took a significant amount of piece to fold over. Let me think about that. So initially the impact would have been higher. That might have pushed that whole slab towards us like a rocket towards us. and then downwards. And as this continued down, it's if you can reverse it into 1,000,000 frames per second, you would help visualize it better. It would, so that's what I try to do. So it would first impact the top, remember the shearing, like the shearing, and then work its way slowly through 1,000,000 frames a second. That piece might have, the original top piece might have held onto some steel. And then maybe at the end of the steel, right down here through this porthole, see the hole we can see through? That's the steel from here, I believe. Maybe we might be something dangling from there, a little something dangling. And then I'm not sure what this is, piece of bridge structure or part of the, cargo and all this other shit. Look, if you were this box, you might have lived. Oh, no, that's bridge structure, I think. Oh, no, yellow is this structure. Here's yellow here. So yellow and gray equals the other fellow. No, it's their walking protection. I remember that now. They do speak in English. I have a longer video and a private video of their labeling everywhere is in English. This is a torque. See, just a twist. See that? That's your twisting action. Okay, so we got something behind their person's head here. That doesn't look like rebar, but it's not. I'm not close enough. This might be a conduit. I'm not sure. That's Georgie banging on the door. He wants me to open the door for him. Georgie's my cat for you new people. 40 viewers, I'm going to bounce in a moment. Just bear with me. Okay, we already saw that. I want to go back to the structure, obviously. Already did a video on that, talking about the tears and rips. These are the anchors for the securing the turnbuckles for the cargo. All right, we can see down, that's that barrel. So now we're looking down the structure. It's pretty straight on this side. Torqued on that side, and this is the, this is the folding up of the bridge. Bridge of the ship. No, not the bridge of the ship, the ship. Part of the ship. Oh, they got a close-up shot of this. That got to note to self that there's some steel, some utility, rebar maybe? Was that a weld? I can't tell. So got to keep that in mind that they're also using rebar across their portal holes on a couple of them. Oh, hell no. Wait a minute. Yeah, they are. So note to self. Don't get that confused. I'm laughing because, what are the fucking odds, right? That rebar's part of the construction method, or something looks like rebar part of the construction method. All right, here's a closer shot of that. I got to take a screenshot. I'll take all of that just so but this is all I care about. Yeah, it's got good paste on the rebar. It does look like conduit. This is rebar. You can see the profile, the deformation of the steel. That's the grip. And there is how it breaks apart. And your cover is pretty intense. It's great cover. There's nothing that indicates fracturing from it's been covered even out here. And we see white on another part of the structure, but this is clearly concrete gray. Okay, I'm gonna go fast forward. Come on, end the video so I can say goodbye to you lovely people. Because I think we've been into I've been into for hours now. Fuck, how long have I been into this thing? Can anybody give me a timeline? I'm trying to find it on the screen. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter because I'm ending the video now. What do you guys think? I'll wait the 30 seconds for your feedback. Oh, let me bring this over. I'll wait let's keep this one up instead. Let me take a screenshot. Let me set up a Yeah, let me set up a shot for myself. Makes it easier if I do something like this. Let me just edit. Let me just put this together. See, that's my little thumbnail for the video right here. I'm going to thumbnail it. I'm going to shit. I'll just do another shot. There you go. There's my thumbnail. And I believe I drew a frickin' peanut. What are the chances of that? Was that subconsciously or what? That's crazy. Let me write, impact one. I know, it's kind of backwards. And my amygdala won't let me change it to first impact because it's petty. It's like, no, you can't change it now because you committed. You said impact one. Petty shit. Amygdala will make you do stuff like that. Dig your heels in when you don't have to. So if you feel that, you see how that works in real action once you understand your amygdala. First impact. Okay, and this is rebar. Rebar and sheared concrete. Give me a second, look at the comments. And I'll add this like this. And I'll do this like that. And I'll change the color of this one to yellow. Fuck it, it's yellow there. And then this one to yellow. Okay. Oh, I know what I need. I need one of these. Help people see the concrete. Well, maybe I can do it bigger. Yeah, that's always a problem when I do that, because then I got to move these arrows. You see they move in a different position when you do that. I don't feel like that. This is self-explanatory. I will give a definition to spall concrete. Not sure. Since I'm the one that's only one doing it, I can name it whatever I want to. I could be egotistical and name it after myself, like they name the stars after themselves. I'm going to call it what anyone would be able to self understand, though, self-explanatory. Instead of calling it Kai's ass kiss, I'll say Kai kissing his own ass. I'll say it's well, I guess that didn't work. Kai sucking his own dick. Then maybe that's it. No, it's not going to work in saying that. Nobody's going to use those terms. Yeah, I know. I'm quite vulgar sometimes. Okay. Shock. See, I want to say shock-loaded concrete, but there's not shock. There's no concrete there. So shock, shock, impact, loaded results from steel structure. I think it's the steel structure because we don't have more concrete. So I can probably rest easy on that one. From steel, let's be a little more specific maybe. I know it didn't. I was spelling with my fingers, but keyboard sliding off the table. From steel, deck, and this will be blue, so I can outline this in blue. And then it still needs to stand out though, So here, very lightly. So if that's blue, this needs to be blue. Okay, it works for me. And now, after all that work, I then screenshot this and trash the, and so I can keep the original, because I don't, oh yeah, I can grab the original behind me. Fuck that. Just do this, pretend like I'm closing it, and then I save it. And that took some time to make, so let me make sure I saved it correctly real quick while you guys wait for me. So that would be a, hold on, Georgie, I hear you, buddy. That would be a, let me find it. Can't go anywhere away from that screen until I find it. Got a lot of work in that little thumbnail. Where are you hiding, you little fuck? Yeah, I don't know where it's hiding at. You piece of shit, where'd you go? Wait a minute. Yeah. You should be in right here. Ah, fuck. I already saved it, so I didn't screenshot it again. Piece of shit. That's me getting on myself. You believe that shit? I don't know where it is. I got the other screenshots right behind themselves. But this one decides to hide itself somewhere else. Up, found it. What are the odds of that? Why did it do that? Why did it do that? So it's PM. Okay, put all the AMs below, but once it titled with a screenshot with a timeline, my last screenshot was at PM also, but why did, yeah, that was at PM also. Oh, because it's titled 1:20:14 PM. It's titled by time, and so it pushed itself higher up in the list. Okay, rename. Thumbnail for ship. That's the end of that. Let's do this now. I'm going to give one more shot without the writing on it, in case I decide it means other things rather than what it does. In case I find other details I want to add. I want me to blank slate. Got it? Okay, let me see what your goodbyes are. And you're going to watch me vanish on you. Let me see. Put that over to the side. All right, what we got here? My chats are deleting. Tiffany, my chats are deleting. Yeah, it's you know YouTube, they love me. I'm not doing it. Okay, now working. I must be in YouTube jail again. Somebody says FFWD. It says, fuck, you fucking fuck. With the small dick. You forgot the S. That's Eric. Studios forgot to add the S on that one. You fucking fuck with a small dick. Forward FFWD. I don't know what that means. Actually, I'm not up to date on that unless it actually means what I just said. So what else we got here? The boat train, the boat roller coaster. I see it. All right, now I'll wait 30 seconds to see if anybody's gonna say anything. I'm gonna time it. And starting stopwatch and start. Oops. Starting now. I'm still going to bounce out in 30 seconds, 20 something seconds, unless anybody says anything. And thank you for visiting and shopping at the Walmart. 43 watchers right now currently. Thank you. And if you have anything to say, go ahead and say it. Chat rate 1. Okay. 4 more seconds. I'm going to disappear. Oh, wait a minute. 30 seconds is a delay. Right. So that actually means I have to wait. Fuck. Wait a minute. 30 seconds I have to wait. 30-second delay. So if I say starting now, and you get it 30 seconds later, and I start my clock at 30 seconds. When I say now, in 30 seconds, you're going to hear me say starting now, and then I'm going to hang up on you. That was stupid. So I'm waiting an additional few seconds for anybody to comment. then I'm going to delete. Then I'm going to hang up on the content. So look, enjoy the video. It's going to take you 10 years to watch it. It took me 10 years to make it, apparently. This thing is a vampire. I don't ever want to see bridges and stuff like this ever again. Preventive maintenance is the way to go, and these fuckers won't do it. Eric, you said, yeah, oh, that's what it stood for. I knew it. Thanks, Eric. And now I got to wait 2 minutes. Let me just say that to Eric. I'll just write it real quick. I'm just teasing. Yep. There's the time I'm waiting. Okay.